Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 2 of Acropolis #1's Throneroom stage. This double-elimination playoffs bracket continues today. We've got 3 series here for you, as you may have gathered from the thumbnail and from that little strike through at the bottom. GeneralAnakin has unfortunately forfeited his match due to some lack of availability on his part, and it was a little bit too short notice to reschedule to another time, so Art of Turtle will default up in that lower bracket. GeneralAnakin will bow out, but that doesn't mean we don't have some exciting action left over. We are going to kick things off with Hamster against Neblime, probably the highlight match of the day. But the other 2 matches are also quite interesting. The Shambler's Protoss taking on Hupsaiya's Protoss, a mirror matchup full to the brim with salt and personal rivalry and all sorts of other exciting things. I can't wait to jump into that. And to close us out, we'll have our single elimination series remaining, Newt, the only Terran left in the whole tournament, versus Tacocake. Not exactly the only Zerg left, as Neblime, Taco, and Art of Turtle are still in the tournament, but still, in a matchup that he did end up winning against Top Ramen, was a little bit of a surprise for some back all the way in Battlements a couple weeks ago. We're coming in now and seeing whether or not he has what it takes to bounce back from his 3-0 at the hands of Hamster and see if he can find some grit and success against Newt, who's a fairly stable, solid Terran player, and in fact has done very well to be the only representative in playoffs of his particular race. But enough foolhardiness, enough Todd-foolery, as the kids these days say. I hope they say that. We're going to talk about Hamster, the Protoss player who had the higher seed going into his match against Neblime, looking very, very solid in battlements, not dropping a single map. But against Zerg, it's a little bit different. His group had 3 Crow and it had Newt, and those 2 players, Protoss and Terran respectively, you think about the Battlement stage and you think, okay, well, Hamster hasn't played against Zerg. Then you enter into the playoffs bracket here in the Throneroom stage, where he dismantled Tacocake, as mentioned before. That 3-0 start for his playoffs campaign, he wants to see if he can do that again, or at the very least pick up 3 more wins again. And he's doing it, at least attempting to do it, against Neblime, a very solid player in his own right. But before we switch over to that guy's mug, we got to talk a little bit more about Hamster. We got to talk about how innovative he is. I mean, you just look at the guy. He's just got an innovative looking Joaquin Phoenix face. And, you call him a joker if you want, but there's nothing to laugh about other than how amazingly silly some of his strategies are, and yet they work anyway. You think about back in March Invitational B, where he terrorized Akko on his debut, in a tournament setting. The guy had only just now started really with the project, and he was trying to macro up and play well overall, and he comes in and Hamster starts stealing his ministry with a demiurge. Then obviously you go a step further, you think about his vagrant play versus Terran, you think about his willingness to sort of try a bunch of different strategies, even if one of them is already working for him. He's not necessarily married to it. Neblime and I have talked about that and how he likes the game too much to win all the time. He wants to see the back and forth. He wants a good fight. That's what he's told us in interviews in the past, and that's certainly something that he holds himself to. But there is a little bit of context to shade in here, ladies and gentlemen. I am worried about Hamster because he has not really been practicing that much ahead of his match. He is obviously somebody who does play a lot normally, under normal circumstances. He loves the project. He's very much a big fan of it. And yet over here we come into this and he's not played that much, right? You think about what he's all about, and he's been playing other stuff, trying to beat some single-player content that's particularly challenging him. And here we are trying to see, okay, well, is he going to be practiced enough for a matchup that he hasn't played that much in recent history? And when he did play it, it was against Neblime. So there's already that back and forth there. Meanwhile, you look at Neblime, he's got the pick of the litter when it comes to Protoss players, right? He can play against Hupsaiya, he can play against the Shambler, he can play against Calypso, a new guy on the block who's not even in the tournament. That's the kind of thing that you look at and you think to yourself, damn, man, he's got way more practice partners, way more opportunities to get better, and to think about different strategies and try new things. Where Hamster, even if he was using all of his practice time efficiently, that would have been a little bit awkward for him to find a good Zerg player. You know, is there a better Zerg than Neblime, right? Maybe Grunch versus Protoss, he's pretty good. Maybe Art of Turtle, right? There was some practice that they had a little bit, like maybe a day before the series, so at least there was some. But I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, man. I'm not 100% sure. But we're about to find out what his opponent has in store for us. That's right. Neblime, normally my co-commentator, my man who's, you could say that if Veek7 is my right-hand man on the project, then Neblime is my right-hand man on the cast. He is the new sort of co-caster, the guy who just knows a lot about the project, plays a lot of the project. He basically plays this instead of exclusively compared to StarCraft 1 now. And he was a dyed-in-the-wool StarCraft 1 guy for a long time, you know? And before that, he played a lot of StarCraft 2. He kind of knows the way of the land, you know what I mean? He's figured things out as far as all these different RTS games go. And he thinks Cosmonarchy is just the most interesting, most entertaining. He's obviously got an affinity for Ahmed. Harakan's obviously a very powerful unit. But that is not even his race. He's going to go back to Terran after this tournament. He really wants to see if he can win it all as Zerg. He already won it all as Terran. So how many more, things does he need to do with that race? Apparently he wants to go back and try it some more because he's seen some exciting changes in the race over the course of the last couple of months. And who can blame him? But let's talk about the right here, right now. Hamster has been his sort of nemesis. If you think back to Ascension number 7, Hamster went on a tear in the lower bracket 2 times in a row, getting it over to the grand finals. The first time he didn't even need it back in Ascension 6. He just went straight there with no lower bracket to speak of, eventually losing to Mystery Meat. And then obviously when it comes time for Ascension number 7, this guy does end up getting cast down to the lower bracket at the hands of Hupsaiya all the way back in the quarterfinals. And you're like, damn, I didn't expect Hamster to go down like that. Well, he powers back up. He defeats Hupsaiya later on in the lower bracket. He defeats iSarcasm and other Protoss. This is as a Zerg, remember. Hamster wasn't always a Protoss player. He goes all the way to meet Neblime in the grand finals, going through a murderer's row of lower bracket opponents. And here he is. Now they're fighting, and it's not even close to the finals yet, man. We still got another couple weeks ahead of us if we're going to keep at this pace. And so that's the kind of thing that I worry about for Hamster. He's not necessarily in the practice zone, but he's also not had that killer instinct time. It's not time for him to power up. Could this be the opportunity for Neblime to move past this guy nice and early and just not worry about him? Is somebody else going to take Hamster out for him? These are the kinds of questions that you got to start asking yourself. But Neblime, he intends to put away all doubt. There doesn't seem to be any opportunity here for this match to not be just an utter banger. I expect at least 4 maps. In reality, I'd love to see 5. But we've got the games already played. I'm going to be taking a look at them through the replays. I have not seen these games before, and we are about to get into things. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is nearly time to get into this first upper semifinal. It's Neblime, the lower seed, the Zerg, the reigning champion, against Hamster, the silver medalist, who wants to upgrade his trophy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's Neblime in the bottom right of Sideshow against Hamster in the top left. And if you guys weren't excited, then I don't know what else will do it for you. We get to see the lovely, very, very hard to see on the minimap, Hamster. He's going to go up against his nemesis of a long time in Neblime's Zerg. And that, to me, is just great. It's kind of wild we have this kind of matchup so early in the tournament, but that's the kind of thing that I always think about, guys. We are growing. Cosmonarchy is growing. It's only getting more and more competitive. We have multiple players. I'm thinking about Grunch as Zerg, EUD64 as Terran, and Ecalypso as Protoss, who could seriously contend to go deep in a tournament bracket like this, and they aren't even playing yet in these kinds of tournaments, because guess what? They didn't exist in the community until after we started the tournament. That's how fast we're growing, that we have such crazy competitors and people who are interested. And I'll shout out some more people, of course, as we get a little bit deeper into it. But man, that feels good. Welcome aboard. If you're new to Cosmonarchy, you're about to watch two titans go at it. These guys have been playing since late last year. Neblime joining midway through our tournament bracket. Back when we were struggling to find 6 people who even wanted to play the project in a competitive setting. And now, here we are, with too many slots to fill, and not enough gauntlets to fill it. Hamster has scouted the hatch opening by the ramp into a pool, and Neblime selected Sideshow as the starter, because it's a map that he thinks is super favorable for Zerg. So we're going to see if he can make good on that, or if Hamster can stun him on Neblime's own map pick. It will be a fast Legionnaire into a secondary gateway. Notably, this gateway is currently idle. Looks like he was going to wait a little bit for some other money. And now the worker is indeed going to get picked apart by the Legionnaire. A new melee unit available for the Protoss. And of course, Hamster's Scribe returns home unscathed. Keeping up in workers for Neblime right now. Of course, that'll switch ahead into some Quasilisks, trying to defend himself versus the impending Legionnaire that he knows at least one of which is coming. The Drakadon out. Of course, the replacement for the Dragoon. We're all a big fan of that. Just look at it, man. Just look at it. If I could zoom in, I would. Even though that's probably not recommended for 2D pixel games. So, some Zethrakors, the renamed Zergling. Don't worry, it'll have a custom graphic eventually. And the Quasilisks are out. This one Legionnaire just here as a bit of a scout. And I think he popped up enough to see that there's a Kagrant mutating over there, so he'll know that there's going to be anti-surface defense. Remember that when you're on a cliff, you get +2 weapon range aiming down. That's going to help out a lot in these kinds of tight little holds, where Neblime is definitely going to be thinking about taking his expansion. But looking at Hamster's resource count, I think he's going to be gearing up for his Nexus soon. He'll leave his gateways idle, pretty confident in his ability to hold with 4 Drakadons and the Wounded Legionnaire. And he's just going to go ahead and drop his Nexus at around the same time that we have Neblime dropping his expansion too. Note that Neblime has already started to move a couple of units across the map. He's keeping tabs on in case there's going to be a sort of walk-by, a run-by, if you will, towards that 12 o'clock position. Because the middle of the map has a very obvious path to take for small groups of units. And so Neblime wants to make sure that he's not going to get flanked, at least from that position. You can also come down through here. But maybe that's also just going to be insurance for much later in the game, where he can know for sure that Hamster is trying to take 12 o'clock as his 4th or 5th base. We're a ways off from that, though. An embassy coming online here for Hamster, who's made a little bit of a Maginot line up there above his ramp. And we already have a Larvosk coming for Neblime. I think this might be the first time I'm seeing a bit of a mistake from Hamster, because he's going to see if he can throw down this embassy. And I think even if he adds a second one, it's really hard to outgreed a Zerg. Shambler tried it with his Terran before switching over to Protoss, and I don't think he's tried that particular approach since. And by that, I mean, you already have all the larva mechanics that, you know, everybody knows and loves from Starcraft 1, and the time is a little bit different, and the worker training time is a little bit different, but it's the same kind of rule. But you're harvesting all this Vespene, and you're thinking to yourself as the Zerg player, do I go for my Hydrith Den, as Neblime has done? Do I add more Ovaleths, like I already have, where I've been using them to sort of scout around the map? I'm not actually sure where the one that was already out on the map went. I don't see it, so either I'm blind or I missed it going down. Oh yeah, there's its corpse, so we see that it has gone down. But it did scout that there's an embassy. And so this is going to allow Neblime to feel very safe. And so what he does is, instead of worrying about spending his gas or hoarding it for combat units that are going to be very helpful in a pinch, he's able to spend that gas on the Larvosk. 125 Vespene per Larvosk here. A little bit of minerals as well. Remember, the Worker's 50, the Kagrant's 50, and then the Larvosk itself is 25. So it nets out to be 125 of each resource. Still ends up being much cheaper than a Hatrosk in terms of mineral cost, build time, as well as, of course, space. Not that that's something that's super concerning for the Zerg player, but you can see it is benefiting him in a way where he's able to spread out the Kagra and make sure that he can cover his base in structures if need be. He'll certainly have vision. But that gives him extra larva, man. That's definitely something you got to watch out for if you're facing Zerg. Now, we saw a replacement Ovaleth being made, but now we have another one. And I think that's because Neblime did see the Witness moving around. He's going to move his combat units out. And I honestly think this is just a feint. I think Hamster's watching this, and Neblime is aware that Hamster is watching this, and he's just going to kind of sit out here. and be like, hey, I moved my units away from your witness. You don't know where they are. You got to be a little bit defensive. You can see that Zeth made it in from 12 o'clock into the third base location for Hamster. Now we've got a little bit of a patrol, an anti-drop patrol. The Hierophant can tag the unit, and then it'll be slowed. We'll see how fast Hamster is to react. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get in there, except Neblime has actually taken a little bit too long. I think a little bit stutter-stepping absolutely could have gone Hamster's way there. Now there's a witness being detected by the Ovaleth, and it'll be pushed away. But again, Neblime not exactly working on it with the Hydras. Instead, he just pushes it out into the loving embrace of those Quasilisks that put it into the ground very, very fast. No third base on the way for Hamster yet, but the same is not true for Neblime. I think the witness will have spotted this, so Hamster should be aware of an opportunity. But again, instead of going for some kind of military timing, adding some more tech, pushing across the map, forcing the Zerg to stop making workers, Neblime has that worker advantage now. We've got a second embassy coming for Hamster. And I like the idea in theory of being able to say, hey, I'm just going to build a lot of workers, but he's already approaching saturation on 2 bases. And sure, you pylon block at 3 o'clock, but that's not really going to stop too much. In fact, Neblime doesn't even look like he was planning on taking that base in particular. He just wants to move across the map and try to exert a little bit of dominance. Certainly secure a little bit more of a foothold. The Legionnaire is going to pop in here. It's not going to be able to do too much, even if it saw that the workers were coming. We've got a Zeth nicely put over there. That guarantees that you see it as the Zerg player. Maybe they walk a little bit this way. You don't see it because the burrow vision range is smaller. Well, you get the alert that you're under attack, you're absolutely going to be able to sit there and react. And now he's even been able to grab hold of this very important territory atop the ramp. Zealots are going to see if they can make it up there. Remember that the Hydras do a little bit less damage to them, but it's much better than what the Quasis do. So them being in a critical mass here is absolutely important. Paramount for Neblime to secure that worker and military advantage. Third base only now coming online for the Protoss. Now, you don't have to be exactly even in bases with the Zerg player, but at this point, Neblime has been allowed to droll up, as we call it, because the worker is now a Droleth instead of a drone, and he's been allowed to start saturating this third base, certainly saturate the gas, and he's got plenty of map control and vision. Another Ovaleth ends up going down, but that just confirms that, okay, you've got a grand library, and I saw that you had embassies, so you're probably planning a storm drop. Indeed, a Cantavis is already out. It's going to be a very macro-intensive strategy to try to drop those, but you can deny mining for a very heavy amount of time. Hamster in a little bit of a hole here. He's going to see if he can sneak out a second base up in that top strip of the map. Going to be going for 12 o'clock, but he's left his natural choke completely undefended. And as he pulls away from that, his third base is under attack from a smaller group of forces that, sure, in isolation are not very threatening, but you compare that to all of these Hydras over here. The storms start to come out. They last a lot longer in Cosmonarchy, but deal less upfront damage per tick. So you got to stay in there for longer, and it's sort of more about area denial. At this point, though, you think about it, Neblime has already been able to set the pace of this engagement. He's killed the Nexus before it was not canceled. So that's awkward for Hamster. And now he doesn't really have any forces left. He's got plenty of money in the bank, but he needs to get that money and turn it into actual combat units. Otherwise, I think Neblime is just going to run him over with a Hydra timing. He doesn't even need to kill that Cantavis. He's got way too many Hydras inside Hamster's sort of locus of operation. We've got the Amaranth coming, but it's much too late. Individual Zealots are not going to do it. And those Hydras run on in. Hamster calls GG, giving Neblime the start in the series. And I don't know if I can say for sure that that's down to lack of practice. But when you're thinking about this kind of matchup, I think a lot has developed in a very small amount of time. I think when you're ultimately trying to stitch together some idea of how the matchup goes and how it ebbs and flows, what Protosses have found success with is setting the pace versus the Zerg by consistently harassing them and trying to make sure that they can't comfortably do anything. Neblime wasn't really attacked. The Protoss army only made it across the map when Neblime had already reached 60 workers and almost as many military units, many of which were Hydralisks. So when you're coming into it from that perspective, I think Hamster needs to work a little bit harder on setting that pace and being aggressive. It's a little bit out of his wheelhouse compared to how he was playing the matchup even just a couple of weeks ago. And Neblime is not, the level of macro in particular as what Tacocake did, where Tacocake was trying to be very aggressive. Neblime is fine to not be aggressive until he hits that really, remarkable timing for all of those matches. let's get into round number 2. Hamster in the top left. He had an idle worker for just a moment. It's Neblime in the bottom right. Now, Hamster has selected Germination as map number 2. So he's got a plan. And I've seen Protosses describe this map as a map kind of like Sideshow and Titanforge in that you can play defensively. You can put down, a warden here, a pylon here, a gateway here, and kind of like funnel units, any which way you want. Maybe even the gateway over here, although I think that blocks your rally too much. We'll see what Hamster wants to do. He's definitely improved his play on this map in particular, so it's quite possible that he ends up fighting back. He's certainly going to be looking to equalize the advantage that Neblime has. Maybe with a similarly timed military push. The double embassy play definitely not working out. And maybe if those Cantavises were in a better position, if he had something sort of advanced placed in the ramp into his natural and third area, like coming up from the south, sort of like how this is placed on Germination. Back on Sideshow, I think if he had placed it, his units a little bit more appropriately for the defense, maybe if he had waited to try and expand again and hadn't lost as many zealots in the first place when he did his attack, I can see maybe he holds back and still has a fighting chance. But Neblime then has all of the tempo, all of the advantage of pacing. You don't want to give over those kinds of advantages to the Zerg. It will be a gateway opener yet again, and it will be a hatch on the ramp and a pool afterwards yet again. Neblime feigning like he's going to expand, but Hamster's not buying it. He knows that by this point you'd already have the hatch down if you were going to go for a low ground one. Opener is very stable here, but it's a lattice, so we do have a little bit of something different here. Hamster going to see if he can maybe take a page out of Hupsaiya's book and see if he can make the lattice work. See, we have some fresh faces in the chat as well. Welcome everybody who is enjoying Cosmonarchy. We've got Hamster as the chief Cosmonarchy enjoyer for Protoss, but Shambler's up there too. I have a hard time calling Shambler or Hamster a Protoss player. I mean, they both are Zerg mains, and they switched to Protoss for this tournament. Neblime, on the other hand, he played a little bit of Zerg, but mostly played as Terra, and now he switched to Zerg. Everybody's switching their races, man. When Veek was going to play, before his scheduling got the better of him, he even had planned to switch to Zerg from Protoss. The only one who was going to do the same thing is Hupsaiya. Hupsaiya is still Protoss. I think he was talking about switching to Terran at some point, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Now, this map is a little bit different. It's playing out a little bit differently than the last one, right? He's got the vassal. He killed the worker before it could scout. Oh, never mind. This worker does manage to scout the lattice. So I think that means that Neblime will be keeping his units a little bit more defensively. Not sure if a vassal isn't going to come in and start harassing his workers. So he's already going to be planning to do that. But the Nexus is coming out a lot sooner. So what is Neblime planning? He puts down a Hydroth Den pretty early. That will get scouted by the vassal. We'll see if Hamster pays too much attention to that. Zeth now tickling the Nexus. Doesn't result in a break of concentration, though. The Legionnaire and the Draconin will be more than enough to zone that away. And, sure, the vassal just tickles the circuit a little bit. Not much it's going to do. The Quasis are now burrowed near the mineral line. And we've got an idol out. Okay, so it's going to be... It looks like it's mostly going to be Gateway Idol. I'm not sure what else the lattice will be used for. You could definitely go Golem, because when they take damage, they sort of release a pulse of shields to other units. But they're kind of conceptualized as Protoss anti-crowd control. Like, if your enemy builds Lakizilisks, or Skithracors, or Iziracors, then you can make Golems, and the bounce damage, or the piercing damage, or the general splash damage from the line trace is all going to end up providing a little bit more for the Protoss player at that point. They'll be able to stay alive a little bit longer, especially if you pair Golems with Ecclesiasts, because then you're giving them shields back, and then they can, expend those shields to nearby players. Well, the low ground hatch is now coming online here for Neblime, but he's definitely a little bit behind, so he's going to stick to one base saturation. Already well past the point of full efficiency. So his subsequent workers after 16 on the minerals are going to be half as efficient. And so, you have 16 and then you've got the 3 gas miners. Although it looks like, yeah, okay, he's got 5 gas miners. So, if you think about it like that, you minus 5 from his worker count and then he's got 21. So, 5 workers are actually half as efficient. So he essentially has what would that be, 18 and a half workers on minerals right now in terms of his efficiency. So he really, like, as that worker count continues to increase, you're going to get a bit of a spike when you transfer the excesses down to the natural. And that's why having the natural out a little bit earlier is good. But Neblime must have been planning for this. He has some idea of what to do here. As an Avalath, he's been picking off the vassals. That little burst of energy they release after they die is actually them giving movement speed to nearby Protoss allies. They don't have to be Protoss in particular in team games or whatever, but allies of the vassal owner. So the reason why that's significant is because if you have your own vassal die or you kill your own vassal or whatever, as you walk into a battle, you can then proc the movement speed, and suddenly for 2 seconds you're moving much faster. You can really use that to accelerate engagements. And with Protoss constantly loving that sort of back and forth and, attack for a little bit, then fall back, especially with kiting, you think about the Drakodon. You want to be able to use flash shielding as well, right? So it can be very important. Legionnaire passing by some of these combat units. It's a small force. Neblime is not going to be able to get too much done with this. In fact, he's immediately going to start falling back, realizing that he doesn't have as much as he wanted to. Look at this. His Zethracore did spot that scribe out of the corner of its eye. But the third base is nowhere to be found just yet. Neblime, thinking about it with a worker sent over there, but doesn't have the cash flow just yet to do it. He'll be saving up his minerals and have it in a moment. Looks like a Legionnaire tried to stare down the horde of insect aliens. I don't think he was too successful. Grand Library coming in the back, and an embassy. So it looks like storm drops are still going to be Hamster's forte. The Ovaleth hasn't really been able to get too deep into enemy lines this time to reveal what Hamster's game plan is, and we do see an Ecclesiast coming. I feel like the Ecclesiast is going to be really important, and you probably want more than just one of them. Remember that their range is really high now. It used to be that only within units within 2 radius of the victim were shield healed. Now it's 3. That's almost the entire attack range of the Ecclesiast, mind you. So, it's really quite powerful. Zethracore in the middle of the map. I don't actually think it spotted anything here. Neblime would have actually moved his camera over to see that. And now it has. Okay, so he will definitely have seen that, and he'll scramble the troops. But does he have that many? Hydra's coming in, but I think the Zealots are already going to come in. Oh, drawn away by the Zethracore. You got to watch out. The cliff advantage starts to be nullified once you get past the initial parts of the ramp. But the Zealots are charging ahead, and there is no advantage over here. The Idol's getting body blocked by the Hatchros. They need to move out of there because their projectile gets consumed as soon as it hits something, including a building. And you can see some of these units are automatically acquiring the Hatrosk instead of moving forward to attack these Hydras. I think the Idols were a great choice, but most of their DPS got wasted on that structure. Not taking the best of fights in that respect, and not even attack moving to kill that burrowed unit. So no consolation prize on the way out, but we got 4 Ecclesiasts, a Golem, another Idol. I'd love to see a second Lattice being dropped if you want more crowd control. The Nexus is going to go down. The Zeth will see that. And it looks like Neblime is already up to no good. Planning his counterattack with his Hydras moving towards the 12 o'clock position. Witness heading southbound. Going to be able to confirm that indeed the third base is up. And that's well before Hamster's third base is even a twinkle in the eye. Another gateway instead. We do have a Cantavis, but we don't have an Envoy as far as I can tell. So he managed to grab a Witness. Now he's going to see if he can pad his worker count. He is down by over 15 workers. Going to be going on 20 in a moment here. And here come the Hydras counterattacking. The Witness was not in a spot to catch that. The Nexus canceled very early. Again, no attack move, so that Zethracore going to remain undisturbed. All that for only killing a single Hydra. Man, the value. Sure, the Witness is spotting that there's only a small defenses set up over here. But by the time he gets across the map, I mean, we're going to be talking about some serious power in Neblime's hands. He's adding some Kagrints across. I think some of these are going to end up being Larvos, because he already got 4 of them. Maybe he's going to turn most of those into Spraits. Probably fearing the drop, actually. I don't know if his Ovaleth managed to get anywhere into the Grand Library Zone. You can see a Zealot being paired off with these. That's to make sure that there's no, Giga drop coming or something. Even if like a slight harassment drop of Quasis, the Zealot will definitely help out a lot with that. We do have an Iral Iris coming. This is tier 2 for Zerg. Yeah, the anti-surface defense and the anti-air defense means that he's going to be covered in terms of the drops. And now look at this, an engagement where most of Hamster's forces were not actually consolidated with the fight. Now there's no front line. The Ecclesiasts trying to heal themselves, but didn't get close enough to the enemy units to do that. And it would have been total suicide. Where are the Zealots? All of them have been chewed up already. There's a Storm. Not bad. Gonna force his opponents away, but another Ecclesiast goes down. It feels like it's just a little bit out of sync, a little bit out of step here for Hamster. He's got a pylon nice and forward. Maybe he can establish some defenses over there. workers randomly set up to the top right. A lot of them, in fact. I feel like that's a mistake. Once tier 2 is done, what else are we going to see? Zethicor unburrowing just to make itself known. Oh, they're Gosvaleths. What's he doing with these? Hold on. We've got 20 Gosvaleths being made here for Neblime. He's planning something. Something I think is going to be quite disturbing. He's got an Ovileth with a Kagrant. He's going to build a lot of Kagrants, maybe? When you unload the structure, it's going to start spreading the Kagra, and then you can build on it, right? Creep, if you're used to the old terminology. So the Ovileth is going to come over here and unload that. Or, oh, I know what this is. So he's not doing it over here and then going to, like, transport it. Instead, he's going to drop it out here somewhere and just sort of harass with all of the workers. More Gosvaleths coming. The Witness, I don't know if it saw it. I don't think so. Okay, they're going to come in and ward off this initial attack force. You got to watch out. The Atreus deals splash damage. Neblime needs to split those Gosvaleths before they all die. They're fairly... I mean, they're 25 gas a pop. You don't want to lose them en masse. Ah, man, what a brilliant strategy. But it's stymied. VM. Oh, he couldn't get it happening. Well, he's going to waypoint some more units in. I think maybe Hamster might have panicked a little bit on the reaction. And you call it BM... But it might still result in Hamster losing a lot of workers. He can't storm this because they're on top of his own worker line. Atreus is coming out, but it feels like maybe in too small quantities. All the workers at the third have all died. And look at this. He's trying it again. He's just going to use the Gosvaleths. Oh, no, no, the splash damage. Oh, no, the workers have all died. But where's the storm? The Cantavis died in the mineral line. We don't have any more storm. I think Neblime can't continue this push. Most of his units kind of getting tripped up over here by the ramp. And now the cliff advantage is going to give Hamster a decided defender's situation there. Defensive posture for our Protoss player. Lost a lot of workers, but he's almost back at it already, although he's trapped his embassy. Yeah, these 3 workers here are trapped. He needs to set this rally point. Oh, this rally point over here needs to be set somewhere else. Instead, he's just going to angrily attack his own embassy. You can't destroy the Ancestral Archives, man. It's too expensive. Going for the Patriarch's not a bad shout. Poor Neblime. Couldn't do the brilliant strategy that we could all see coming. I love the idea. Hamster apparently didn't. Shuts it down real quick. But still, in the hole. Neblime going up to a 4th base. We did have this hatch put down here, but there's no more advanced workers. They all died mysteriously. 9 o'clock being taken. Yeah, okay, he's going to go up to 5 bases. 6 bases, actually. He's got 6 o'clock as well. And if he can get any advanced workers on this base, he'll be able to use that in addition. Spire up. Matraval Nest long since in position. But honestly, most of this army is tier 1. You contrast that with what Hamster has as he starts to filter out additional Patriarchs. And I feel like he's going to be in a good spot. He rebuilds his embassy. Couple of Wardens in the main and in the 3rd base. A single Iroleth. What's the Iroleth for? Now, here we go. Hamster going to go ahead and try to commit to some kind of attack. He's got the nice situation with the Atreus's, but here comes the Concave coming in from the right-hand side. Remember that this attack force down in the bottom was very much split off, so most of those are already gone. Very clever usage of the Vilgoricors. He's trying to see what more he can do, but you can see, man, the shield restore is absolutely absurd here, what with all the Golem and the Ecclesia sort of synergizing with each other. But where's the splash damage? You only got Patriarchs and a couple Atreus's. That's going to be good for the Rillarokors, but you need to be able to kill these Hydras, man. They're the ones that are dishing out all the damage, and I think most of the Zealots are gone. Reinforcements, another Macro Cycle? All right, Neblime can't break him here, but he's got more units coming in towards 12 o'clock at the same time. Storm, very late. Oh, he's damaging his own units, and he's not paying attention. The Zeth Horde might be coming in just a moment. He withdraws now. Just a flesh wound. A couple of Zealots chasing the Hydras back. Those won't last too long. And here comes another horde of Zergs. But I'm not so sure that that's going to be enough. Where's the Storm? The Cantavis not being selected right now. The Vilgoricor trying to escort it, but the Carapace Swarm is not there for too long, and that's a nice little storm. Very meaty. Doing his best. All right. Well, he really needs to get up another base. Neblime powering like crazy. Doesn't have that much gas being mined over here. Looks like the Zealots did end up coming to terms with their holy quest. immediately butchered by Hydras once they reach that 6 o'clock base. And look at, speaking of Hydras, there's a whole hell of a lot of them. And we've only got Zealots in this fight. No up-tectons. Nothing to just splatter them, really trying to sustain, but if you don't have all your army in one place, it's going to be a hell of a lot less efficient. That Patriarch was not stutter step backwards, so there goes a huge chunk of the sustain that Hamster had. And meanwhile, the Nexus gets canceled. There is no 4th base coming for Hamster. He has not used those embassies for the artisans, the advanced workers for Protoss, so he is not mining from that in-base over here, nor is he mining anywhere else. Just his initial 3 bases, his main depleted, or thereabouts, his natural not that far off. I think at this point, Neblime is really starting to not just, he's been ahead, so he's not just stretching ahead. At this point, there's a chasm between him and Hamster, but you can't count out the power of Protoss technology. He's got a lot of Zealots, he's got a lot of Atreus, he's got a couple of Patriarchs that he still has left alive. I'd love to see a Crucible here to enchant all these structures, make them produce faster, but a second Ancestral Archives, that can do as well. But if it's only going to be Patriarchs, I really struggle to see how he's going to compete with the raw numbers that Neblime can make. Patriarchs on their own aren't going to dish out the damage required. They're there to debuff the enemy and make them into mobile shield batteries for the Protoss frontline. Or indeed, if you're attacking melee units with the Patriarchs, well, you make them into a mobile shield battery for whatever the Zerg is attacking. Still, all very powerful units, very powerful mechanics, but you need some damage to back it up. And right now, it feels like Hamster's that drain tank. Neblime has found the answer. A lot of Protathalors. High single target damage. Annihilate your units before they can even sustain. That's what Neblime is thinking. And he was camping in the middle of the map with a very small force, but any little bit will help. The Atreus can't engage the Protathalors. The latter outranges the former. What more can the Zerg do in this situation? 6 o'clock is besieged, and he starts to pounce. These reinforcements are very important. The Patriarchs are indeed a high primary target, and there are enough Hydras to deal with that. Here comes some Matrolets, going to go ahead and try to consume those corpses, spawning broods. Protathalors coming in from the bottom rope, Hydras coming in from the right-hand side. There's so many Atreuses to splatter all of the brood spawn, and now the Protathalors, which are very vulnerable, mind you, will indeed be pushed back. But I'm still a little bit worried. Where are all the Zealots? A couple more coming on down, but there's really just not enough frontline. We don't have any Amaranths. We don't have any Patriarchs. We certainly don't have any Pariahs at this point. Yeah, it's just this sort of ball of units. And once this goes down, assuming Neblime can sort of move on past it, I don't know that Hamster can really do any more counterattacks. Remember, he hasn't done any economic damage. These workers are still going strong, and Hamster might have the same worker count, but he does not have the same base count. The efficiency off the charts here for Neblime, who's starting to use that ensnaring brood aura to slow down targets. You enchant your Protathalors, and it's like a very long-range Hierophant, man. It's super powerful. Drops their attack rate and everything. Warden's coming online, but only 4 of them. Oh, no! 2 Patriarchs get absolutely bodied by these Hydras and Protathalors. Oh, man, he's using the Protathalors against the Patriarchs in particular. He's just going to go ahead and destroy them before they can really do too much on the shield restore front. And where are the Zealots? There's some Zealots in the bottom left, but they're not being used to flank. That's a good storm. Very far forward, so you can fall back and try to use that. But the Vilgoricors are out of control, absorbing so much damage. Neblime trying his best to crack this nut, and I think he might just have it. Hamster does not have that much in the bank. He's making Argosies, but they're so far away from being completed. He's got no Gladiuses. He's got no Protoss Air. I don't think he's going to have a 4th base for much longer. We got more units pouring on in the background. You can float all the money you want as long as you got all the units you already need, and that's what Neblime has right now. Powering on forward. The workers trying to evacuate. The Nexus is infested. And we've got infested Protoss hitting the deck while Hamster tries his best to stabilize. I'm not even sure he can, but some nice shots to kill off all those Protathalors. That's a good start. We don't have any more artillery here for Neblime Zerg, but he's making 12 pairs of Mutalisks, and he's even isolated the Zealots in the bottom left. He's going to take even more bases, stretching out towards the top right as well. He doesn't want to wait. He's going to charge forward. The Vilgoricors providing cover for those Zets to get in and surround everything. You may make some Zealots, but that's not at all what you need right now. And even though you got 4 Patriarchs, 6 Patriarchs, you got plenty of sustain, but you don't have any damage. The Argosy on the front line. Where's the Matroleth when you need it? Looks like it was waiting in the wings, but Neblime, he was not able to make it happen. We've got many, many more Zets and many, many more Mutas coming in from the top right. Now this infested Nexus will be what Hamster is all about. We have an infested Scribe coming down to the bottom left, and look at this. Neblime, He's flexing on him right now. Walked away with the Protoss genes. And robotic designs at that. You can add as many gateways as you want, but these mutas, they might be the finishing touch. There's a ball of Zets amassing in the top right. You can say the same about all those Hydras. Bouncing onto these Atriuses, that's the right move, but you need way more than that. Where are the Patriarchs? They're coming in now to deal some splash damage, and those mutas are not going to be alive for very much longer. But here comes the counter push. How many more units got cycled up? It doesn't look like many did. Now they're going to come on in. The 4th base just got cleared of infestation, but he hasn't set it up again yet. Trying to use the storms. A couple of Protathalors. Looks like most of this is going to hold. Hallucination providing a lot of damage multiplication at the same time. Of course. Engrams, Argosies. Neblime doesn't want to finish him off just yet. In fact, he doesn't have that much money left in the bank, you know. A counterattack could be very problematic here, but does Hamster feel free enough, feel safe enough to leave his base with any amount of units? A lot of Zorius, a lot of Hydras, overbought on the melee. Neblime doesn't have that much damage, still hasn't saturated his top right. Gonna go ahead and fix that now. And here's the engagement, but he only has so many Zorius. He doesn't have any damage with this army. A couple of them gonna get absolutely shattered. And look at all the Zealots now. I think Hamster's realized that's really been the weak point of his composition. He doesn't have that much melee. Neblime might get flexed on a little bit too hard here, trying to go for, you know, infested Solarians or whatever he's planning with these Argosies. Just look at this production tab, man. Tell me this isn't an epic game. 10 Sikralisks coming out. That's pairs. So there's going to be 20 in total. He's going to try to use that splash against the Zealots. Remember the Golems, Ecclesias, Patriarchs, that kind of stuff does negate that kind of splash. We got a Didact out. All right, a second one on the way. Hamster's goal is to double Didact recall inside one of Neblime's bases or send out a single Didact, set up a recall, and then warp his units back to safety after the fact. He's got the one already. He can go ahead and cast it, but does he want to reveal that he has it right now? I feel like most of his Patriarchs down south got caught, but the Zealots over here fighting boldly against all of those Hydras. Here come the Sikralisks to try to spread out all of that splash damage, and the Patriarchs and Zealots are not fighting together, so it's all on to whether or not the Golems can do enough shielding. Zorius, okay, they're all gone. A Vilgorkor might even get caught on the way out, doesn't look like it. Consolidating all of the Zerg in one spot. Neblime is definitely in a vulnerable position. His infested Empyreans are almost done. That's the splash damage you can rely on at that point. And what can the Protoss even do? A second Didact just about to finish here for Hamster. What else does he want? Here comes the ground units from all sides. A massive flank. The Empyreans not even needed in the fight right now. Setting up for a total surround to try to isolate and finish off these very expensive Protoss units. That's going to be all of it. The Empyreans don't even get to see a shot in the limelight, but we know they were there. Neblime taking the tools Hamster had and using them against him. That's another match in favor of our Zerg player. Hamster's back is against the wall in our first upper semifinal. He needs to strike back. I want to see 5 games, man. Where's that reverse sweep? All right, boys. Take a breather, take a sip. Stretch your legs. We're going to impetus for match number 3 in this mouth-watering upper semifinal. Neblime in the top right, leading by 2 games. Plenty of room to play with. Hamster in the bottom left. He selected impetus. He also selected germination. See what Neblime has cooking. Had some Gosvaleths, had some infested Protoss. He had some ideas. Some of them went better than others. What will the build order be? Second scribe. Okay, just scouting pretty early. Pylon scout. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I thought maybe he was sending that across. You know, if Neblime does end up going for the low ground hatch, never mind, he's not going to. You could maybe do a Warden push, right? You think about the cannon rushes that you'll sometimes see in pro-level StarCraft 1. It's not a million miles away, and Hamster has been known to do that. Something that you might be tempted to think about if a second scribe leaves the building, but it's fast gas, so we are going to see a Dracodon first here, almost assuredly. Quaseth Pool coming up here for Neblime. Fairly bog standard right now. A couple gateways here for Hamster as well. So he's not going to go for Lattice. That's interesting, because I feel like Lattice gave him some pretty good scouting potential. I know that Protosses have been doing that against Terran these days to try to figure out what kind of thing they're doing. Are they going to go for like heavy military or what? Legionnaire first after all. So what's all the gas for then? He's harvesting a lot of Vespene. He is making one Dracodon. Maybe he's just banking gas for an early embassy again. Hamster maybe not deviating too much from the plan. Would love to see him go for some Gladiuses versus Neblime style. I know Hupsaiya has had a lot of success with that lately. Dude, that must be the leftmost edge of the pylon. That's the farthest away you could possibly imagine it. I see you, Hamster. I see what you're cooking up. It's a fast embassy. Again, I don't know about trying to outgreed the Zerg. It doesn't feel like that's something that's too possible. But we do have an Ovaleth nearly completed here. A nice touch would have been if Neblime made it at this hatch, because it would have been marginally closer to his enemy's base if he was intending to scout. But it doesn't end up mattering too much. Legionnaire gets out of there before taking any permanent damage. There's been a lot of talk across many generations of StarCraft where people have mentioned that, like, the Protoss are the most, they have the most expensive technology. And yet they can't heal their units. They can only have shields. And I feel like it feels a lot more powerful in Cosmonarchy with flash shielding. But I also kind of like that they can't heal their units, even though it does seem a little bit weird for them to not be able to do that from a technological standpoint, right? Like, it would clearly be useful. But how do you justify that, right? That's an interesting situation to be in. Avaleth going to scoot on by. The Dracodons did not see it, but it is a fairly fast push. I think Neblime will have noticed that. Going for a Larvask, another couple pairs of Quasis. All right, there's a Witness. If we get an Envoy, we could see a drop to ignore this Circuith. Impetus is a map where the droppability of the main has been something that a lot of people have talked about. So, there's like this tiny black spot you would never think of from Hamster's POV. Like, maybe you could try to do that as a little bit of a harassment, but Dracodon's going to come up here and see what they can get done using their flash shielding to take engagements, take a little bit of licks from the Circuith, and move on back after. Massing up. Witness going to spot it. This is really great. With the Witness, you don't even need to wait for them to attack to reveal themselves. You can start picking apart the Quasis from the extremities. Got a couple gateways coming up here. Ground units, crucially, just in this situation in case there is a drop. I think when you see this with a Witness, you're probably fairly confident there isn't a drop. You got to watch out for that Dracodon, though. Needs to get its shield back. And you can see here that the Circuith can actually miss if you fall away in the middle of its animation, right? That Dracodon's almost dead. Not quite going to be able to be finished off here from Neblime. A lot of them getting bruised, though. But is this enough? I mean, where is the rest of his units? He's gunning it for 8 Hydras, so I think he'll be okay. But here comes the push here. Circuith, obviously, in a... Oh, look at that. I don't know if that's Neblime trying to manually retarget it or what, but that's not working out for him. So now he needs to get up here, kill this Kagran, which he will. But there's a lot of Hydras. Now, they don't have cliff advantage. Now you're falling back, they're going to be getting it. A couple Zets here for drawing a little bit of fire. And what was the push behind this? We got 3 gates, a couple Drax, no Envoy, a couple Idle Workers. You got the Nexus coming up as well. Witness instead just going to be used to continue. And that could be a target here for Neblime as well. He's got to watch out. Now, in Cosmonarchy, you don't have any random chance to miss on the high ground, right? Instead, you just get that range advantage. But you can see here how Hamster is using the good base range of the Dracodon to kind of not care too much about that. Oh, he does have to watch out here, though. He's going to end up losing another Dracodon there. Good focus fire from Neblime to pick the right one. He's got a good number of them elsewhere as well. And he did obviously force a lot of military production. Whereas back at home, you know, we're talking about Hamster with the Embassy and the Nexus. I like this play a lot better. You know, you can see that the strategy, the composition isn't that different from Hamster. Neblime responded with a very fast Hydrith, so he does have the tools to deal with it. But if he hadn't done that, then he would have been in an awkward position, right? And only now is Neblime taking an expansion, whereas Hamster's is almost done. So that ends up helping out a little bit. Not going to try to contain him on the bridges, but he's got a lot of Draconins. It's all Strider all the time. And this amount of Hydras just can't deal with that. Sure, we've got some more mixed-in units coming in, but as soon as Neblime sees this count, he's going to need to turn tail and run away. And oh no, he's committing a little bit too hard. I don't know if I like this from Neblime's POV. He's trying to make me win the fight, but there's not nearly enough Hydras over here, man. He's outnumbering your Hydras with Draconins. And they are a much more, you know, expensive unit in that respect. So does need to watch out for that. I can't believe he's staying up here. I don't know how Hamster isn't just going to dive on him right now. We got a Stargate nearly complete, couple Zealots out as well. Neblime needs to tuck tail and run. He doesn't even have the room to build static defense over here in a way that they'll actually be useful. That's how fresh his expansion is. He's going to go ahead and saturate, but he made workers behind this. Yeah, I think Hamster can absolutely exert some kill pressure here. Certainly force a lot of combat units to be made and delay the uptime for this expansion. Neblime gunning it with the gas. He's definitely going to be thinking about a Zorkis soon. He can afford it with the gas, not with the minerals. As soon as he sees this Stargate, I think he's going to have his hopes dashed a little bit. But Hamster isn't moving out. Not yet, anyway. Instead, he looks like he's going to go ahead and mass up a couple additional units. Is going to go for the gas himself. Has the single Stargate, second one coming in. Gladius already done. Witness spying, seeing a Hydrith upgrade. Okay, so it's going to be Bactals as the answer from Neblime. That makes sense. They do very well versus the Gladius. You just need a good number of them. And right now, I mean, I said Neblime would have a, you know, a rough time of it, but he's actually got a better situation for workers. Now, he has pulled away his army to try to deal with that that Witness, and I don't think that was a good move, but Hamster's also not really microing his units too well right now. So he should definitely fall back a little bit. He's got a couple of his other units just sort of spinning out in the choke. He ends up coming in here and losing a couple more that he just left there. That's unfortunate. Back at home, he's got a couple of extra Gladiuses. A couple Wardens over here. A single Zeth standing there, salivating. A couple Zealots off to the side as well. Yeah, that's not going to last too long. What does Neblime want? What's he thinking? A lot of Skiths are going to be the weapon of choice here. Got some Pylons coming up, but not great static defense. Now, the Skiths are good for harassment. I don't know if I like them. Unless you have just an overwhelming number, you can't really fight the Gladiuses. But I think there are a lot of them, right? So, he is making something like... Oh yeah, he's going to have like 11 or something. Alright, never mind. I like it a little bit more if you're going to do that. It's just if those units end up dying because of a bad engage. I mean, you can see Hamster stretching ahead, grabbing a third base. Can be fairly confident his opponent doesn't have one. Massing them up. Has the Ovelots patrolling as well. He knows that there's no Witness to spy on these. Now you use most of your gas on the Skiths, and that leaves you with, let's say, a less than ideal Hydralisk count. But you can still get all of this minerals. You can put them into a Zorkiz at some point and then grab a bunch of Zoryus. Or you can do what Neblime is doing, which is spam out Zeths. He confirms the sighting of the third base. He knows that his opponent will not end up having a big army, right? Because you've just expanded. Has he done enough? There's 6 Gladiuses. It's a lot of damage with the bounce. He does have 16 Skiths, though. I started to be very confident in Hamster's play, but now I'm a little bit worried. Zorkiz is coming. Okay. A lot of it does rely... Oh, the Witness just saw them. I don't know if Hamster's paid attention to it, but the Witness should know. Now, the attack force is coming in here. Where are those... Oh, catching the Skiths on... This is perfect for Neblime, because you got to watch out for this situation from Hamster. His rest of his army isn't even in the area. Oh, my God. Now, Neblime didn't really micromanage the skits very well there. You want to be able to take fights and fall back or commit to a perfect arc. But here, I don't know what Neblime is focusing on right now, but it certainly ain't this battle. Okay, focusing down the Nexus. At least he resets the base count, but he is behind in workers for the first time, it feels like, in this whole series. Okay, the Gladiuses have stepped too far forward. One of them is going to get sniped. Remember, those are fairly expensive units, mind you. And even though Neblime didn't pick great target selection and didn't micro the skiths, he still comes out with, you know, I think a better looking army. Now that he's pivoted heavy into Hydra, you can deal with a small number of Gladiuses, and you can absolutely deal with the ground army as well. Some Zorius would be really nice here to absorb some of the bounces, I gotta say, because they obviously they create the Brood Spawn, and the Brood Spawn absorbs some of the bounce hits, and it's just a lot better for the Zerg player. He's got his own third base up. Distance mining for Hamster, using his worker advantage, I guess. It's something. Now we got some Zorius coming. Okay. We've got a third Stargate, though. Somewhere. I'm not sure where. Where's it at? Oh, I was clicking on it. Classic move. Okay, well, he knows there's a Gladius. Now he knows there's at least 4 Gladiuses. All right, pushing them away. Now, again, they are so far forward, but it doesn't really look like Neblime wants to take the fight just yet. He's got a lot of Quasis as well. A couple of Skiths. Oh, he's massing up for another Skith round. Okay. Using the gas that he got out of his third base. He's got a lot of Zeths just sort of lost in the middle of the map, trying to act as informants for when there's a move out. But these Zealots have somehow slipped the net. Zealots can be pretty powerful. There's a Circuit on the way. I don't know. Maybe this doesn't end up doing too much, but it could surprise him, right? Oh, and that Kagran might not finish. Okay, he's going to ignore it. Go after the workers. Kills off a couple of his units. Yeah, he's gonna have to respond to this with showing his whole army. The Witness is obviously right here as well, right? So that was pretty good play from Hamster. He somehow slipped the net of all of the Zeths that were scattered around. Now, moving out again. I don't know if the Gladiuses got sighted by the Quasis here. Oh, look at this. Again, not with the area, right? Not within the area. Skiths massing up. There's a lot of them. 21 of them. And 7 Gladiuses. Now, the one thing here is now he's fighting on top of the Dracodons. So when are the Skiths going to dive? Here we go. Now they're no longer there. A bunch of workers over here for some reason. Let's check out these Gladiuses. He's not targeting the main stack, so this is still a little bit awkward, but I think he might be able to fill it up. Yep, okay. He does end up wiping the army. Man, you got to watch out for that, because it's not like, say, 3 Gladiuses attack, and you kill one of them, and whatever the attacks that were being channeled by that one Gladius dissipate. No, no, no. As long as there's a Gladius in the area, they are channeling those bounces. So you need to wipe all the Gladiuses, or make them go away, or exit yourself. But he still keeps 8 Skiths alive, and he can absolutely massacre this worker line. There's only 2 Gladiuses over here. Skiths could try to fight that if he wants to. Is Neblime going to sweep this one 3-0? We've got a couple more Gladiuses coming on in. They're getting a good amount of damage stacked, but look at all the workers that are dying. I think Neblime might be able to take the worker advantage, and if he snipes this base with all these Hydras, that could also be a pretty big story. He can also focus down these Gladiuses super easily, I feel like. I think maybe the Skiths, no, they're still alive. Yeah, he's going to dive onto them. Ooh, they're all going to end up dying. Hamster in such dire straits right now. More Zealots going to start streaming in. 3 Gladiuses at a pop, but he's losing out on his gas base over here. Okay, it doesn't look like Neblime has enough to finish the job, though. He's like caught in between attacking the workers and attacking the Gladius. But he does have the worker advantage, and he's going to take the base advantage, especially if this Nexus gets sniped. No, he's going to turn on him. See how much damage he can dish out onto the Gladius. I think he can kill this Nexus, man. Yeah, absolutely. Just keep falling back. One more hit, he'll do it. The Nexus falls. More Hydras coming on in. What is Hamster cooking behind this? He's got 3 Stargates. He's got gateways. He's starting to make Auroras, which honestly I don't hate. When they die, they're going to create AoE damage onto the Hydras, soften them up for the Gladiuses in particular. And there's enough Gladiuses at this point that I also think that maybe, just maybe, Neblime is going to have to reconsider his position. Witness continuing to spot. We got more defenses being set up at the 3rd. 4th base nearly complete for Neblime. Somehow Hamster is still in it. Again, I was so confident in his position earlier on. But Neblime now has the worker lead again. He's got halfway to tier 2. Now, okay, this is where it's going to get a little scary, because all of his skiths are dead, right? And the Gladius count is starting to get high again. I like the Spraith. That's going to help out a lot. Just put out consistent damage, outrange them. Yeah, one of them is going to go down, thanks to that Spraith in large part. All right, we need to get these Zoriuses. He's even speeding up his workers as they're transferring over to the top left. That's going to reveal that that base is in existence. That's not something that Hamster was too privy to earlier, I think. Oh, man. The Hydra's not focusing down the Gladiuses. And there is still a lot of them. Hamster's been able to get 8 of them back online. He could have so many ground units with this, too, but he doesn't currently. Instead, they've moved off to the top left to harass that base. We got some Bactylisks, but Gladius is committing to the fight. That's not something you see every day, and you can see why. 3 of them going down in an instant. But have they thinned the herd? They might have done just enough. I think all the Zealots are going to end up hitting the deck pretty soon, though. And that's going to leave the Spraith, the couple Bactyls. Yeah, there can't be any additional committal. The Gladiuses don't have the tankiness for it. 6 Zealots still in the top left. They could come on down and turn this into a game. We need to see more defenses, I think. The one Spraith is helping out so much. We've got 2 more back there. I guarantee you this is going to be another one. Circa 3 mutating. The one Gladius not going to be nearly enough there. He's going to join up with the rest of the brethren. There's only 2 Bactyls here. And you can see, like, taking that kind of perfectly ranged engage with the Gladiuses, helping Hamster out a lot. All right, charging on forward. It's only Quasis. There's no armor rend with this fight. There is no high DPS with this fight. The Hydras are mostly Bactyls. The Quasis are not going to last very long here. Trying to do what he can. I don't know how much he can do. He didn't turn this into a defense. Only getting attacked by 1 Spraith. Could turn it into a Spear Tooth. He's got tier 2. Okay, now he's doing it. I was going to say the bounce damage from the Spear Tooth would definitely help out here. All right, going after that Spraith. Can't fight back when it's being mutated. Oh, there's so many of them, but they are starting to fall. Only a couple Bactyls. Definitely could be using some more. Neblime's so low on Vespene, though. He's going for some Calculisks, but he needs way more than just 4 if he wants to nuke this army. The Ecclesiasts are in the fight, too. Okay, now you can start to see what Hamster's game plan is. He just wants to come in here with his Gladiuses and heal them with the Ecclesiasts when they charge in forward for a hit. I don't know if Neblime can handle this. Skits are coming in to harass the bottom right. He's taken another base in the background. He can transfer the workers. And he will. He's going to go ahead and concede. The base is Hamster's to do with as he pleases. And you can see he was thinking about chasing all those workers down. Only a couple calcs. Needs like... I want to say you need at least like 12 Calculisks to make this happen. And he absolutely can get there. Remember, Hamster's only on 2 bases right now. This is a tight race. A lot of Zealots. Going for the 10th bit. Okay. Now we're seeing what Neblime is thinking. He's going to go ahead and upgrade his Den 1 final time. He's going to get it all the way to its final form. And he's going to get Vithrilisks, the new Devourer. And he's going to see how much damage he can deal to this Gladius stack when it doesn't have any armor. Remember, there's no armor pen on the calc, so... Alright. It might be showtime a little bit sooner than Neblime is ready. The Gladius stack has grown to a number of 11. Coming in from the extremities, I like that. You can see the damage. Damage output is good with just a couple of hits, but the Zealots are starting to impinge. I don't know. I don't think Neblime has enough. Oh, that stack. He's spread out so much. He didn't focus his fire onto 1 stack. And I think that's going to be it, man. He's got a couple more calcs coming out, but I'm not sure that much more can happen here. He's going to lose his gas mining from that Excisant. Okay, remember, as dire as it looks for Neblime, though, you got to remember his opponent is only on 2 bases. And are they both depleted? Almost depleted in the natural, already depleted in the main. It's all to this push. Does he have enough? Only 4 calcs, I'm going to say maybe not. He's getting some Viths. The Zealot's streaming in, I think a little bit ill-advised here for Hamster. He needs to consolidate his efforts. Got a lot more coming, though. A lot more coming. How long can Neblime hold? The Calc's doing so much. The Spraite's doing so much, but they're not upgraded. This hatch still standing for now. Iziracor's joined the fight to make sure that that Nexus goes down. That cements it. Hamster's going to finish this game on 2 bases or bust. Down to the wire. What more would you have? Neblime is trying to hold out. He's got his Viths out. He's going to be very deadly. He's trying to get more and more of the Calcs in. And, oh, Hamster doesn't know it, but that base is looking formidable. And remember, the bulk of this army is going to be the Viths and the Calcs. Now the Gladiuses are going to start to get hit. Oh, but all the Viths were focused on one target. Now they're starting to spread that debuff. But where are the Calcs? They were blocked by the Zealots. The Zealots reduced the damage of the Calculists. They couldn't make it in. He didn't move his units off to the side there so he could take a clean fight onto the Gladiuses, and that was the death knell. All right, Hamster, you're on the board, my man. Well, look at that. Hamster makes it a series. He's not going to get doused 3-0. He's the guy who does the 3-0 dousing. Not in this series, obviously. All right, boys. We're going to Axiom for what could be the final game, remember. If not, I'm thinking we're going to see a real nice series. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Neblime in the top right. Hamster in the bottom left. This map is made by BiddyB, and BiddyB, he sponsors the tournament with his company. If you thought this series was excellent, and you happen to live near wherever he is, well, Eastern Seaboard, New England area, the pickup partner has you covered. It can help you move things from A to B. And with that, I'll take a sip. Well, now that that sponsored sip is over with, how can we call it, guys? How can we possibly call it from here? If you are new to Cosmonarchy, if you don't know what this is, you are now watching the most hyped semifinal match I think we've had in the project's history. Neblime, reigning champion, switches from Terran to Zerg. Hamster, reigning finalist, switches from Zerg to Protoss. I think that's very interesting. Workers going to collide with each other in the middle of the map. Hatteras here getting put down at the ramp. Fairly bog a standard opener so far. In fact, all of these games have had very standard openers. It's even a 2-gate opener, again, from Mr. Hamster. Very minor harassment here. Hamster showing off flash shielding. Moves off to the side, pockets that scribe, but it will be a pool. Very minorly delayed for Neblime. Legionnaire first, as per usual. Get that fast-legged individual out on the map. At best, you can hope for some harassment, but at worst, you'll know what your enemy is doing. Yeah, the standard openings have given some very interesting and exciting matches. Some good fights, I'm sure Hamster would agree. That last one on Impetus, man, what a... down to the wire. All the way down to the wire. That's how Hamster posts his first dub. Is it the first of many? Neblime, are you still there? Are you worried? Or are you cool, calm, and collected? Just for clarity's sake, if anybody's wondering, these are casted from replays. So I saw Neblime in the chat earlier. He's probably still there. He's going to be typing to you, but he's not playing at the same time. He's not that talented. He's a pretty talented guy, but he's not that talented. Hydra's then coming up. He's going to provide Neblime. He's doing this as a... This is interesting, right? So he's not going for the expansion that we normally see Zergs go for. And I think this is... He did this on Impetus. I don't know if he did it on Germination. I guess he did, didn't he? He went one base, Hydra's Den, and then expanded. And that just... I think that really does shut down the early push that you can get out of the gateways. Now, maybe it could hit a little bit earlier if Hamster was going for a third gate instead of an embassy. The embassy is more expensive, costs Vespine, and it's more of a macro choice. It encourages you to build more workers. You get the Witness out for detection. That's the Observer, but renamed. The Envoy for transport, shuttle, renamed. And you get another worker production queue. So Hydra's then nearly completed here. Gives way to many Hydras. And also, I've noticed Neblime trying the Larvosk, right? He's trying is the wrong word. He's been doing it for many weeks now. I think I saw Jack do it first. Not necessarily the first one to do it, but the first one I saw do it. Jack Yelansky over on the Discord server. He was in this tournament as well, qualified into battlements. Couldn't make it out of his killer group between AOT and Shambler. And now the expansion comes in. And again, the expansion is about the same time as what Hamster might have gone if he wasn't going for a lot of pressure. Is Legionnaire going to meet a bunch of Hydras? Well, a pair of Hydras and a couple of Quasis. But this Dracoden count can definitely deal with this force. So I think Neblime is going to need to fall back here. Indeed, ends up losing 2 Zets and a Quasi. Probably another one. Ooh, the damage goes to the Hydra instead. Under normal circumstances, I would think, oh, maybe that's pretty good here. But unless he can finish the job, I wonder if it wasn't a mistake to go after the Quasis. For clarity, when you move down a ramp, you actually, in addition to losing vision up the ramp, you can be attacked by extra range. That's the cliff advantage in this. So you get +2 weapon range targeting down a cliff. Hydra's being pushed back. And Hydra's diving on back forward. The ebb and flow of ZVP. But these Hydras are actually going to end up getting cleaned up here. There's no Circuth. So, wait, is Neblime just dead? Are we going to game 5 real fast? Because this is real risky. He's got 4 Hydras. This build that Neblime specifically tried to do to protect himself against this kind of situation seems to have backfired a little bit. Witness spotting. He's going to go after the fight. Hamster, a bloodthirsty maniac perhaps, but he's already lost one Dracoden, and I feel like now the Zeth Flood coming in, he's got to watch out for that. Narrowly avoids losing this one at the front. I don't know about that one. I get you don't want to get surrounded in the choke, so you want to like take the fight to them. But the Zeths, you got to anticipate some attacks are coming. When you have a detector, right, like a witness, you can actually click on the eggs and see what's being made. So he could have seen Zeths coming, right, and even seen their progress bar. So that's another point to be made there. I don't know if Hamster has been using it. I don't know how many players are even aware of that. I try to spotlight it when I see it, but not so sure that it's being done as a general rule. All right, 3rd gateway. 4th gateway. Nexus online. Worker count is about even, but Hamster's not making them right now. I don't know if that was a slip net or what. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and reestablish it now. Witness in the middle of the map is going to provide him a little bit of vision. He just sees that there's some Zets being dispatched as scouts. Another Larvosk being made off to the right. Yeah, I guess what Neblime is doing here is he's like putting a lot of structures on the periphery so he can watch for drops, right? He's got very good minimap awareness. He might not always react like instantaneously to catch something, and in Cosmonarchy, the vision actually does update faster. So like when if a unit, I'm looking around for a unit that's moving within Fog of War, I actually don't see one right now. Stargate coming, okay, so repeating the previous game. But, if a unit were to move, the rate of vision updating is actually a lot faster. So you end up losing vision of whatever that unit did see a lot more consistently. We can see it with the Witness here, right? It's like it goes back to the fog much faster than in StarCraft 1 and a much more consistent rate. So you do need to have even sharper reflexes with looking at the minimap now than you previously had to if you want to actually see what that thing was. Now this Avaleth is going to spot the Witness. And unfortunately, for talking about reflexes, Hamster did not pay attention to that one. Second Stargate, though. So off of 2 bases, fully saturating a geyser without capping it, you are able to produce, have a little bit of excess gas and produce 2 Gladiuses perfectly. So you more than afford 2 Gladiuses per rotation. And so I definitely feel like Hamster is going to be trying to do that. But we'll see. He's not training anything yet. He's got money. So I wonder what he's saving up for. We got a single Ovaleth here. I doubt it's going to be a Hydrith drop, but it could be. Zeth running in there just to confirm. That's where the Protoss army is. Okay. We're going to see more than just one Ovaleth. In fact, looking at this count, yeah, he's got enough Hydras to make this very worthwhile. All right, Neblime. I like the drops. He's going to be able to drop directly onto the Stargates. Man, this could be heartbreak for Hamster if he ends up losing the Stargates or like the single pylon powering all of his production except for this gateway. That might be bad too. Okay, here's the reaction. You see more than one Ovaleth, you panic. And rightly so. Where's the focus fire? What's it going to be about? Dropping it by the production. There's still one Hydra in there. Okay, it unloads. Gladius is out, not being focused down. The more shots it provides, the... Okay, now it's going to end up getting bopped. All right, I don't think that was nearly as cost-efficient as it could have been, but now he's charging up the front with the rest of the army. So he's still going to be in this fight, but he didn't pull the Hydras back. So he doesn't really have any presence inside the base anymore. The Ovolot's going to return back home. Neblime crushing the workers, and of course he's crushing the wardens as well. But I don't know. I mean, he's already up workers, so this is helpful. This isn't like Impetus, where he's throwing away a lot of military, trying to do economic damage, and not even managing to break even. He's already ahead of workers. So doing this definitely made him more ahead. And he scouts the army. He scouts what's happening. He goes Hydrathed him. And he's going to go ahead and upgrade it into a ski back. So I'm not sure if this is going to be mass Skith again, or if he's just going to go for the Imperious March of the Bactylisks. Because if you go Bactyls, you really just need to attack them, right? Like, they cannot attack into you. But instead, it's going to be a drop again. He wants to drop another round of units. He can fit another Hydra in that one. There it is. 2 Zeths. Does he have enough to withstand his opponent, though? He's going to leave with it. He thinks he can hold this. Remember, the one Gladius is very wounded. The other one died already. So it's not nearly as scary as it might initially seem. But Hamster can take this base. What forces does he have at home? The counter drop could be very deadly. The Witness is even moving out of position. It's not even going to watch for that. Okay, no, it's on patrol. False alarm. False alarm. Diving in. Neblime has to hold here. He's making some skips, but those are not going to be too worthwhile just yet. Look at that. A Gladius has already fallen. Some Aurora is hitting the deck. Taking a lot of shots. All right, the Hydras are gone. Needs to restock. Same is true for Hamster as he tries to restock himself. But where is the counter push? Okay, Gladiuses are out, but there's enough Hydras here to deal with them. There's only 2 of them. And he's only got workers back at home. The gateways were idle for a moment, maybe? This is an all-in committal, I think. I don't know if how much more Hamster can do, and the Skiths are back up here. 8 strong. They can definitely help deal with this. There's the one Gladius in the back that's not really joining the fight. Hamster microing his little heart out with these 2 Gladiuses that are left over, but he's lost both Stargates, and now he's lost the pylon. So he's only got 1 pylon left to produce. Looks like he might be able to stabilize, but will he have an answer to the Skither cores? The one Spraith doing a lot of damage to this Gladius here. The Dracodons attacking the workers, attacking the tower, not really attacking the Skiths. And indeed, it goes down. The Gladius, the thing that was channeling so many bounces at that point, does end up going down. And I think the rest of the forces are going to be here to operate on it. Man, those Dracodons are so important. He lost the Stargates, can't produce any more Gladiuses. I'd say endangered species. There's still 2 of them left. Hanging on by a thread. Not great HP on them either. And there's only 2 Dracodons for them to attempt to save. Oh, one of them goes down immediately. I think the other one's going to meet the same fate. Oh, there it goes. A parting gift from that last Dracodon to snipe out yet another Skith, but that presence alone, I think, is probably Hamster's death now. What is he going to do? He's remade the Stargates. Okay. No extra base for either player. We're on a 2-base situation. Man, what a brawl between these 2. Okay, he slips the net. Could dive in. Could get some damage. There's 12 Hydras being made, though, so not for very long. Stargate's still the tech of choice. He's seen what his opponent has. Neblime aware. Definitely going to dive in here and deal with this. Maybe some of the workers can end up getting sniped. Hamster does have a temporary worker advantage, so he could try to consolidate his force, but not quite able to make anything happen. I mean, he's sending the Zerg into a bit of disarray. I don't think he's going to get that kill, though. Could have gotten a couple of workers, but it doesn't end up going for it. Here's the drop. Dracodon's already awaiting it. That's going to ward him off for now. Massing up more units. Okay. These Legionnaires are still moving around. Still trying to do a little bit of a dance, but I think he's going to end up dropping it now. A Zork is on the way for Neblime. I can't believe we're kind of like leveling out into kind of like a standard situation now. Like, it's so weird. It's so wild. Well, he's starting to build up the Gladiuses again. The Ovileth moves in just to see what's happening. Oh, has he? I think he might have bit too hard on that bait, but Neblime not going to go for it yet. Scooping up a lot of those Hydras. Skits returning back home. All right, Hamster queuing up. It's Legionnaire Gladius. That's his comp of choice. He's got Dracodins out already. All right, Neblime might have pulled the trigger too soon. The Witness is going to go ahead and spot the Ovileths. You can click on them to see what was in their cargo hold as well, so... Neblime keeping his money low. Can't really say the same for Hamster. Could definitely afford a couple Grand Libraries. At least get some Wardens out, right? And now the Ovileth's being attacked in the meanwhile. A couple of those will go down. There you go. Sealing his fate. Absolutely bald. 16, 18, 19 Skithra right now. Gonna be, wow, it's gonna be 24 in a moment. If the Ovileth returns home and kills this Witness, that would help. Reveals it so that the rest of the Zerg army can deal with it. No tier 2 in sight. Third Nexus on the way for Hamster. But he's down a base, he's down workers, down efficiency. Trying to look for ways he can possibly make this happen. He wants to enter into another really insane game like Impetus and draw it out with a horde of Gladiuses. I will say, Neblime has been defeated by cheeky little strats like that, but it doesn't take him long to adapt. I'm not even sure he needs to this time around. 24 Skiths, a horde of Bacts and Hydras. Okay, there's no anti-surface defense, but the Legionnaires don't have the armor to hold up against Hydra Bact. And there's only 7 Gladiuses. What more can he do? He's only got the one anti-air defense. Bactalisk's doing okay versus the Gladiuses. There's 8 of them now. Legionnaires are almost going to be cleaned up now. Skit's diving in onto the mineral line at the same time. They're going to make short work of that Warden. At the same time, the Gladiuses are starting to be pushed back, but the Bactalisks are going to be thinned out pretty soon. Only 4 Gladiuses remain. How did that happen? The Bactalisk's proving very effective. Spraiths as well. And at this point, the workers have been utterly melted. 23, make it 22, but they're all still mostly healthy. He can dive directly on top of the military here. Hamster's broken the third base. But he doesn't have one of his own. His workers there are idle. The pylon being focused down now. That's going to knock out those Wardens. And this one, too, won't be up for very much longer. Neblime is planning something. He's got a bunch of Hydras back at his natural. He's just going to be focusing in. Absolutely erasing Hamster's worker line. He's only got 22 left. And most of them are not active right now. Trying his best to repower stuff, but that one Gladius is going down. He might have been able to knock out the production over at the third. But there's still way more workers here for what Hamster has. And these Skits are deadly, man. These Dracodins cannot leave the base. Instead, the Skits are going to come on back home. Gladius is trying to see what they can get done. It's not much right now. They're very, very wounded. And look at this, man. The Hydra count alone might be enough to deal with this army. You sync it up with the Skits that are sharking in from the left. Hamster has to return home. Facing, being cast into the lower bracket right now. And it's not looking good for him. Gonna see if he can consolidate his force in the middle of the map. But the Hydra count, again, the Hydra count alone could deal with this. He's still got 17 Skiths. He's making 6 more. A lot of unpowered stuff left in the base. We got only 1 powered Stargate. Sure, the Nexuses are still alive, so you can make the workers all right, but can you hold out? The age-old question. The Skits are here, and the Gladius count is too damn low to fight them. They're all going to go up in flames. The Hydra's pouring on in. Hamster has no chance. Neblime wins the semifinals, number 1. I was hoping to hit enter here, but all right, there we go. Easy. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if it actually was easy, but Neblime is the winner. He has managed to make it 3-1 in his favor. Those were some real tight matches, though. especially Impetus could have gone either way. I think Germination, Hamster held out for a very long time. It was great to see that in action. My guy. GG's all around. That means that Hamster will be facing off against... Let me take a moment to isolate exactly the next stage of the tournament. Okay, Hamster will face off against Art of Turtle because, again, GeneralAnakin forfeited. So the winner of that series was going to face off against the loser of this series. So the next matchup will be Hamster's Protoss versus Art of Turtle Zerg. His Zerg woes are not out yet. He made it past Tacocake. He wasn't able to make it past Neblime. Now he's got to deal with the man, the myth, the legend, Art of Turtle. Who, by the way, had to deal with Protoss, and then Protoss, although it was a forfeit, and now Protoss again, too. So it's kind of mirrored on both fronts. Cool shit. Love to see that, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take this opportunity to switch over to a short break. I am going to rest my voice for just a moment and bring Neblime in for the remaining 2 series that we have to cast. And yeah, we have the next series we're going to be watching is going to be Hupsaiya against the Shambler. That's an exciting one because, of course, it's a very storied series. A relationship between those 2 players, man. They've definitely had some words with each other, shall we say. So, join us for in just a moment here after a short break. BRB. Ladies and gentlemen, and Shambler, we are here to join with Neblime to cast 2 more series of Cosmonarchy. How you doing, dude?
Become one with Neblime.
That's right.
You are here to join.
Yes, we are here to join you. What's up, dude? You made it through. You're in the upper final. Must feel good.
I did. Yep, but I am anxious about who I'm going to face after this one we're about to cast.
Oh, okay, that's right. We are about to cast the upper semifinal. Numero dos. It will be either
determine
Shambler or Hamster.
who my opponent is.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're very critical of both of them, and you talk about how they're both bad, and then you defeat them. That's what I hope happens.
Yeah, sure. Definitely going to be a 3-0 in the... Wait, it's best of 7 in the upper final or just the final?
Just the grand final. So.
Okay. Yeah, so definitely going to be a 3-0. Now, notice I'm not saying for who, so I'm hedging in a way.
So if you lose the first game, you just throw the other 2, and then you're good. Then your prediction.
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan. I'm just like, all right, if I go up 1 and then lose 1, I'm like, damn, I was wrong.
Yeah, if you go up 1, you have to win the other 2. So there you go. Well, I do, of course, have to fetch you the pick ban of this particular matchup, but I am excited to bring it to you. Hupsaiya, the Protoss Grandmaster, High Grandmaster, by the way, like top 50 GM in Starcraft 2 Legacy of the Void. Come on over to Cosmonarchy Brood War, play a better game, and indeed, he is trying to have better results. I would say he's definitely not top 50. He's like top 6, probably. Right? I mean, literally in the top 6 of the tournament right now.
True.
So, you know.
Although by percentage of players, it's not as impressive, I have to say.
Yeah. No, he's doing pretty well. He's been practicing a lot versus Zerg especially. And then well, let's just say he initially thought that versus Protoss was like easy to solve, and then somebody did something silly to him. I don't even think it was Shambler or anything. I think it was Calypso. And he's like, oh man, it's just Legionnaire spam. So I'm not sure what we're going to get out of these games. Because again, it's sort of like, we had this interaction where he played a series against Art of Turtle and then talked about some versus Zerg stuff before and after. And I wasn't sure if like the after stuff was in relation to his series. So we would see like storm drops or something crazy. And then he's like, talking about similar stuff versus Protoss in the mirror matchup. I'm wondering what we're actually going to see here. Are we going to see Legionnaire spam? Are these games going to be over in a blink of an eye, or are we going to see some really nice ones? What do you reckon?
I think it's going to be a very tense series, but that said, it could still be a 3-0. Not to say because these players aren't evenly matched. It's like Shambler's much more likely to innovate here. I feel like Hupsaiya kind of always a step behind in that respect in Series BC. Like, he definitely, he plays practice games and tries stuff, but usually it seems like Shambler is always bringing something aggressive, something pretty full-on, and always kind of has a pretty good idea of what he's going to do here, right? Where I feel like Hupsaiya is just trying to adapt to the project still. I mean, maybe it's not fair to say that Hupsaiya is not very experienced with it by now. He's definitely played a lot of it by now, but Shambler's been around for longer, of course, not playing Protoss as much. But look, the way I expect this to go is Shambler's going to be pulling off some kind of strat to be aggressive or harass in pretty much every game, or build up some kind of tech unit, something like that. Shambler will be like doing something active, and Hupsaiya will have to like respond or counter. And that may include Hupsaiya like attacking him before he's ready with his tech or whatever. So I don't know. I feel like Shambler's the kind of player who's going to try and take the initiative really hard, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would say it's interesting because when you switch over from looking at Hupsaiya to looking at the Shambler, I personally am pretty interested in how this one is going to go, because when you're thinking about it overall, right, like Shambler has been very aggressive with his gateway openers. Hupsaiya has tried to do that himself as well. And also something that I think is really cool, a little context that I got from talking to Shambler actually, was that in the lead up to this series, the Shambler played a lot of PvP against Hamster, and I think also maybe Calypso a little bit. And he posted a bunch of replays in the casual ladder thread. And then Hupsaiya, on stream, watched those replays and did commentary and analysis.
Very smart.
And Shambler watched Hupsaiya do that on stream. So now, I don't know how many layers of mind games there are, but it's a lot anyway. And so I don't know what Shambler's cooking up, but I'm sure he's got something in mind anyway.
It can give you a pretty firm advantage, right, if you can anticipate your opponent's going to do. But yeah, I mean, they're both sort of wily enough, I think, to go move around that. I don't know. Shambler would definitely like sort of listen to what Hupsaiya was saying. If Hupsaiya's like, in response, I'm going to do this, he'd probably be thinking about what to do. But I don't know. Does Hupsaiya know that? Oh my god, anything could happen.
Yeah, it's really quite funny to me that that's the situation. So I don't know. I thought that was really cool. I'm excited to see where we go from there. And yeah, this mirror matchup, Protoss versus Protoss. If you're Alexander or somebody who's like him and you think TPD is the right acronym to type at the start of the game, then you're going to be happy with this series because some Protoss will lose. The only problem is some Protoss will also win. And yeah, let me go dig out that veto. We are going to be starting on the Purgatory. Can you tell me, Neblime, what your thoughts are on the Purgatory in this particular matchup?
Yeah, PvP definitely depends a lot on engagements, just like Brute War, actually. Things like ramps and choke points are going to be extremely important. Now, we've seen a lot of games where early in the game, definitely those melee units are very important, and even later they still play a big role. So the ramps are not actually that impactful, I think, because in the typical fight, if you have a few Draconians but a few like Zealots and Legionnaires, everything's just going to get it close enough. You might get a first hit or something, but running away will be very tricky. So I feel like it's going to be the case that if the both players are even, you do have an incentive to stick back a little more. But if one player is clearly like the aggressor, which is often the case in StarCraft in general, that one player is just going for the less economic build, then they want to come across all the way and commit. So I don't think it's going to be super impactful. Of course, it's a mirror matchup, so I think it's fair to say every map is sort of less impactful than the result will be. But I think it sort of favors Shambler a bit because it's a little bit more of an offbeat map. Now, we saw, by the way, Fata Morgana still getting bullied.
Oh, yes.
Every time.
Yep. Of course, you banned it in your series against Hamster. Come on.
Yeah, I did. Look, man, it's just to my advantage. What can I say? I'm sorry, Fata Morgana. Hupsaiya banned Titanforge, which is a very good decision because that's Shambler's map. He literally made it, and it's like the kind of map he's going to do well on.
Yes,
so,
yeah. Very
smart there. Ban of Axiom from Shambler, not super surprising because it is a very straightforward and somewhat totally map. And I think Shambler wants to be aggressive here, like I was saying. And then Hupsaiya actually picked this one. That's interesting to me. I'm not sure what he's planning here, but maybe he just thinks he can sort of zone and patrol and defend his side of the map. But that said, Hupsaiya is not like a super sort of, deep macro player where his plan is like, okay, I'm going to defend and then I'm going to take into this army. I'm going to slowly take my bases. He's definitely more aggressive than that. So let's see what he has planned.
We will see what he has planned. I guess that means you must be ready to kick things off here for our second upper semifinal. We are going into it, boys. Protoss on Protoss action. The Shambler takes on Hupsaiya. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Hupsaiya in the bottom right and the Shambler in the top left. It's blue versus yellow. What do you reckon these real colors are? I guess this is ultramarine, and this is saffron. What do you think?
I don't know, man. In SCR, it's like blue and pale yellow. That's all it is.
Ultramarine, okay, right, that one. Oh, yeah. Lemon! No, it's you, Neblime! Oh, my God.
No, this is a common misconception. I'm not Lemon. Why does no one understand?
Because your picture is cursed AI-generated lemon talking to me as a crow.
You think that's an actual lemon, man? I've got questions. Like, that's not what lemons look like. It's clearly not a lemon. It's some other eldritch monstrosity.
That it may very well be. Well.
Okay, so let's talk about what
it.
I want to happen here. Let's talk about me.
Let's talk about you.
These two other players. I have to play the winner of this one, right?
Yes, you do.
And either way, it's going to be a Protoss. Shambler just switched to Protoss recently, by the way.
That's right.
But I gotta say, maybe this is just like sort of betraying who I think is going to win this series. I'd rather face Hupsaiya.
Okay.
I beat Shambler 3-1 both other times, but every time it's super risky. Shambler is sort of a good name for him because he's like this dangerous, beast lurking around in the undergrowth, will strike at any time, right? Quite intimidating, quite dangerous at all times, right? Hupsaiya, I feel like plays a bit more steadily, so a bit more predictable, but we'll see if it serves him better. I think mechanically he does have an edge in Shambler. I have seen Shambler bank a lot in the late game. That said, Hupsaiya not 100% sorted out on late game macro either. We have Legionnaire coming up. It is the patented Hupsaiya Lattice Gateway opener.
It is, yeah. So that's going to be the first interesting deviation. I've also noticed that Shambler here, keeping his gates a lot closer to his mineral line, even adding a third one as the scribe leaves for Hupsaiya.
I thought he'd probably do this. He's probably just going to go pure Legionnaire here, by the way. Now, I think Hupsaiya is going to be pretty well arrayed if he just gets idols out immediately. I wonder if even vassals are helpful, if you can hold a choke and the vassal just had DPS.
Yeah.
Either way, Shambler is getting some gas, I see. I think he's only mining with one. So maybe he's going to add some Drax. But it is going to be a lot of Legionnaires he's trying to run in, and they are very good in PvP. They just get in there and they deal the damage. It's hard to stop.
Yeah, so this is something that before this series, or maybe it was slightly after, but I think it was before the series was played. Hupsaiya had been playing against Eclipso, who's a up-and-coming Protoss who's recently joined us. And Hupsaiya was commenting that it feels like Legionnaires are like impossible to deal with. And I showed him some walling techniques and using Ecclesiasts in particular to restore shields for Drakodons that were being dive-bombed. And so that was my way of going around it. I would even do like low ground walls. On the Purgatory, it's a bit harder, but I was using Derelict as an example and stuff. Because obviously it's a lot easier to do it on Titan Forge and other maps. And we do have a proxy pylon,
though.
So he's thinking
Gotta
about
be a
something.
Stargate, right? What else is he gonna put there? Oh well, I guess we'll see.
Well, he's got a lot.
Trying to get in here.
He does have a lot of what would you call it? A lot of gas banked up. So he's definitely thinking about something here. Now Shambler's going for the Hierophant as a follow-up, but I don't think he can really do too much here. He's going to pick off at least one worker. Oh, but the drills could have been a little bit better there for Hupsaiya to keep more alive. So he's lost 3 workers already, 4 workers in fact.
This kind of looks like Brood War PvP, honestly. You send the Zealots in and you don't care if they die, you just get some probes.
Yeah.
So pretty good for Shambler, actually. Getting 3 workers is not bad. Or was that 4?
Yeah, it's 4 in total.
I mean, he could get a Kabbalist in and kill the Scribes, but I feel like the Rogues Gallery relies entirely on your opponent not being aware, right? So I'm not a super big fan. Look at that. Is that a Warden going down already? That does not bode well for Hupsaiya here. Now, that said, the Kabbalists can potentially like snipe Scribes and get out. It would be very micro-intensive, though, compared to if there's nothing there, he could really just go to town. And, you know, I like these Vassals, by the way. The Vassals are a good choice because they're going to, like, just hit the Legionnaires and they can't hit back.
Yep.
And he's going to take advantage of the fact that Shambler just completely traded army for workers there.
Yep.
Now, this Rogues Gallery, you can just send in Kabbalists on the front line, or even, like, Vagrants or something, and he's a Kabbalist. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I think if you think back to that one build that Hamster did, not versus you, although I think at some point he did do it versus you.
He did on Impetus.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm thinking about that Legionnaire Kabbalist timing where he does like 2-3 Kabbalists and they just...
That was when I tried to take my natural like an idiot.
Well, I don't know about the timing exactly, but I do think that it could be very good anyway. So we're going to see some worker harassment here. Nice pick to get one and then leave. And you can stream, you can keep on streaming in, harass the gas workers, right? Like, that's not really something you can defend unless you really station all the anti-air in that one spot. So, see if Hupsaiya goes back for that.
That's a lot of melee, dude. I don't know if, well, that's a lot of Drakodons, though, and no Kabbalist here yet.
Yeah.
You know, Hupsaiya's doing okay, as long as he doesn't commit to, like, a B attack or lose a bunch of Kabbalists or whatever. He's not behind, actually. He's just committed to this tech choice over here, and he's going to have to make it do something at some point.
Yeah, the other thing is that Kabbalists are expensive gas-wise, and that's denied him an embassy, which means he can't really ever catch up in the worker count, so he needs to go in and kill, like, a couple workers if he wants to restore some balance, or expand faster, you know?
One.
Yeah.
Those vassals can potentially, especially if the number gets higher, even if you lose a vassal for a scribe, it's not that bad when you have limited worker queues as Protoss. And honestly, compared to Terran, not even just Zerg, I feel like Protoss really struggles to get extra worker production online. So it could be a strategy, and we do see Hupsaiya continuing to produce them. I do like the Lattice gives you a lot of flexibility here. Like, if you really need to, you can get idols out, you can use golems for front line. It's not cost efficient, but it is more production. Yet to see Manifolds be actually good, but I'm sure you love them because you always love every unit I hate.
I don't know. I guess I haven't really looked at the Manifold in a while, so I've forgotten about it, just like everybody else.
Your own unit, your own child.
That's right. Neglected. I made I made the model and everything, dude. So you'd think I would love it.
Oh my god, he's got so many Kabbalists. Actually, this could work anyway. He could just dive on the Warden. Although, Hupsaiya coming down the ramp at the worst possible moment. There's a lot of vassals for DPS on this melee, but what else does he have? That's a lot of Drakodons and a Hierophant. I think he's going to be able to push up in here. The vassals going to do their best, but they'll die so quickly as soon as anything is actually attacking them.
The rallies were never put in back. Yeah, I mean, he's putting units out at the same time. Now, it's going to be an all or nothing push here. I mean, with this number of Kabbalists, we could actually go to elimination. He's going to depower the pylon immediately, right? He can just jump straight onto the pylon here. Oh, does he want to do it?
He's going for the Warden, it looks like.
Oh, what's he? Yeah, that's a little bit awkward. I feel like he could have just gone after the pylon, but back at home, I mean, the workers are going to exit.
He needs to depower. If he depowers, we've got a real base race on our hands. If he doesn't, some units will pop out, and even 3 Drakodons will slow down so much.
No, the Scribes!
Getting surrounded! Oh. And Shambler just so much more decisive here. He's going to take game 1.
Absolutely, yeah. There was no hope there. I mean, you really needed to deal with that pylon if you were going to do something. But Hupsaiya, he was not able to, in the heat of battle, target that one down. That would have stopped a lot. Then he needed to obviously maintain the micro back and forth with like multiple cases. And, well, Shambler goes on the board real fast.
Well, and I kind of fits into what I was saying. I guess I was wrong that Hupsaiya did not do something offbeat here. But Shambler did take the initiative because he just made the big army with his 3 gates and came across, right, and smashed him. And it sort of shows as well, Shambler was calm, just using the workers to fight there, did not panic, and Hupsaiya didn't quite assess the situation properly. If Hupsaiya did depower everything, I think he'd have a pretty good advantage because he has a production structure up in the corner, whereas Shambler only has the base.
Yep. Yeah, and I don't know if he knows about that. Like, it's not like we have reveal hooked up like in Starcraft 2 or Warcraft 3 where you lose your town center and you reveal all the buildings. The buildings aren't even the win condition, it's factories. So production structures, once all of those go down, you lose the game. You are defeated. So there could have been a race for elimination there, but when the Kabbalists die, that's it, right? You have no more power. So definitely a bit of a missed opportunity maybe, not being able to micro on multiple fronts at the same time. But okay. You can shake that one off and say, hey, I had some shenanigans planned, and unfortunately Shambler just bowled me over with all of his Dracodons, which is not at all the Legionnaire spam that maybe Hupsaiya was expecting. We are going to go into Germination for map 2, Neblime.
All right, interesting choice from... Oh,
hey, wait, this is your series.
Yeah, let's cuss that again. That game went well.
Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, hold on. We are not going on to Germination for map 2.
Oh, that's funny. You sure, though? I mean, I won that game, so I quite like it. I think it's a good game. Did we have the wrong...
No, there we go.
No, we're good.
Okay, for real, we are going on to Germination. Shambler in the bottom right, Hupsaiya in the top left.
All right, interesting pick by Hupsaiya. It's a fairly defensive map, but obviously quite open to air, drops, that kind of thing. And what's something interesting about this map, I think, is the 3rd is easy to take with those ramps, but the 4th is extremely hard to hold with that low ground.
Yeah, either at 6 o'clock or 12 or even over here, right? Like the sort of... I don't even, what would you say,
yeah.
4? 4 and 7?
Yeah, I call that 4, yeah. We'll see if it even gets that far, though. I mean, PvPs we've typically seen have not got that big. The only one that really did was the GeneralAnakin versus Hupsaiya, and that was kind of wacky anyway.
It was very wacky.
Yeah.
Also, I really want to shout out the Beaver99 in chat, who said that when there was that pylon in the top right, that Hupsaiya was going to warp in using that pylon. It's true.
Oh.
Starcraft 2.
Yeah. Is that what he was thinking? No, I think he's well aware. I think he's not fresh off the boat from StarCraft 2. Oh, imagine.
I do love the idea of, like, somebody coming in and somehow, instead of confusing it for Brood War, they confuse it for StarCraft 2. That would be pretty legit. Well.
Okay, I mean, you'd be like, wow, this is a really funky graphics mod for StarCraft 2.
That's crazy, yeah.
Changes so much.
Makes the game better and everything. It's weird. 2 gates on either side.
Oh, okay, not going for the lattice immediately this time. You know, again, though, I feel like if he had idols, obviously it costs a lot of gas, so I don't know if you can actually do that and get the Rogues Gallery, but suppose he had like 3 or 4 idols. I think he holds his ramp pretty well, because you can delete the melee pretty quickly. I don't know. Idols seem like they have uses, but it's not too easy to make them work in this matchup. I like the Shambler's checking for any proxies or anything.
Just playing this is Shambler's scout in Hupsaiya's base. This is the proxy. I'm waiting for it. But Hupsaiya he's paid attention, dude. He went straight for him.
More than I did, apparently, because I thought it was the other end of the map. Oh, right, he's going to get it.
Bopped. Well, it's a Legionnaire on either side.
Yeah, Hupsaiya going for Legionnaires, right? It's just going to be Legion versus Legion. You know, people who want total Protoss destruction are probably pleased anytime the Protoss are infighting, right? I'm just imagining if it's like 100 Legionnaires versus each other, just tearing each other apart.
Dude, you know those YouTube videos where it's like army fights, big army fights or whatever, and it's like 100 Zealots versus 100 Marines, whatever.
100 Legionnaires versus 100 Legionnaires, that'd be a good fight.
Sure, yeah.
Someone needs to make those for Cosmonarchy, don't they? Cool Dead Infested, man. He's making the unit showcases.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Could definitely.
I don't think he made a Legionnaire one, because I think you could make like 1,000 Legionnaires and still just not beat the AI because they just die.
Well, you win in 2 minutes, right? So there's 5 Legionnaires here for Shambler. He has the advantage, but he was not stutter stepping in between the engagements, so misses an opportunity to chain connections. We've got plenty more Legionnaires back where that came from. Man, this is going to be Legion versus Legion. I think you called it there.
Okay, so what's the one unit you add? An Ecclesiast? Because if your opponent clicks on it, it could die really fast. Do you add a Zealot? Oh my gosh, that's a lot more for Hupsaiya. Shambler, just get out of there.
That's right, it's 8 versus 5 now. But hey, back at home, we've got 3 gateways going for Shambler, and Hupsaiya only has 2. He's got 150 gas as well. He's thinking about adding something. It's an embassy.
Oh man, that could be risky, but for now, Shambler's on the back foot. But Hupsaiya, if he overextends and gets counterattack, it could be very dangerous. The first death. probably of many. Oh, nice micro from Shambler there. He almost gets another one.
Yeah, not quite.
But not quite.
Not quite. Fighting over the verdant fields here in the top. You know?
the one bit of green on this planet. I guess it's a fair bit.
There is a fair bit, but that's right at there. King of the hill right there. King of the jungle. A warden for defense and plenty more where that came from for Hupsaiya. Stabby man strikes again. I
don't know about sitting back for the engagement like this. I guess it will work out pretty well.
These rallies. That could be bad. Now, let's see. Diving onto the workers again. Has the Shambler learned his lesson? The Hierophant's coming on out. And it's just an absolute cascading disaster here for Shambler's Legionnaires. He does end up getting a worker, 2 workers. So it's not completely without some cause. He ports over to kill that Ecclesia, so that was good as well.
That's what I was saying about Ecclesias, man. Not gonna last long. But yeah, his army's gone. That was pretty ballsy. He's 4 workers ahead, but how far behind is he in army? Just more Legionnaires coming. He needs to fall back and get some kind of range unit to hold his ramp or something.
If he doesn't kill that Ecclesiast in that fight, I think this goes a lot worse for him. The fact that the Ecclesiast didn't stand and fight to get itself shield regens means that Shambler can now hold this army, right? So, like, without that, suddenly your Legionnaires still last way longer.
Well, Hupsaiya has to be careful, though. If he doesn't engage all at once immediately, these Legionnaires will just do so much damage. In fact, look at the army counts. Consider that Shambler's entire army is here, and there's a couple of Hierophants. He actually does have the advantage. He's pushing back again. Yep. Why make other units, you fool, says Shambler. We are Legion.
We are Legion. Shambler at least trying to live by that motto.
More Hierophants coming out. I got a question. Is Hierophant really the unit? Because I feel like unless you're pursuing a defeated enemy, the slow isn't doing anything for you against Legionnaires.
Yeah, there's just too many of them is the problem.
Yeah. Why Hierophant in particular? A lot of gas to spend. Now, Lattice is coming up for Hupsaiya. Idols, of course, are going to be so deadly here. Can he hold in the meantime? I think he can. Shambler doesn't want to try it again. He already lost so many. Imagine if he didn't commit to that attack and didn't lose other stuff. He'd have a horde of Legionnaires right now.
And remember, with 4 gate here for Shambler, he's going to go for an expansion, but Hupsaiya's already got the embassy up, so he's going to be able to catch up. He's actually taking the worker advantage, excuse me.
Well, here's the thing, though. Hupsaiya's actually getting oversaturated now. So Shambler might be better off economically in a short while. Although he hasn't used his gas even, so his minerals even more oversaturated they might be. Look, it's not a matter of no return. It's just that each worker is going to be less efficient.
That's right.
I feel like as long as Shambler doesn't suffer any punishment here, he's actually going to be ahead in resources harvested in a little while.
Now he's going to go for a couple of Ecclesiasts, starting to fill in with Dracodons. The Legion phase is seemingly over for now. Vassals coming out. Interesting choice. I thought it was going to be Idols, because he was spending the gas on Hierophants, right? But yeah, more Vassals would work.
The thing is, the Legionnaires can't shoot them, right? Yeah. So they will add damage, right? It's just not that much damage, you know?
Yeah.
So you're going to need a lot of them.
Oh, well.
Say with the expansion as well. He's definitely actually with the expansion in the embassy, he's going to be looking really good here.
Yeah, he's going to go up to that extra worker. The Legionnaire doesn't really spot anything of use besides a single Dracodon. A couple Zealots have started to fill in. It's going to be Ecclesiast here for Hupsaiya as well.
You see the Dracodon, that's definitely your opponent saying, like, alright, I'm done like just spamming Legionnaires at you. I'm sitting back, right? I think that's still important intel.
Well, it's going to be a 4-gate, and the Witness spots the army move out, so Hupsaiya should absolutely be aware that that's like the tail end that he catches there with his camera. He knows that the Shambler is on the prowl. He's going to scoop back up to his ramp. He does have this Warden, but it's not going to help him out for defending the natural. He's going to try to mass up more Vassals. He's got 5 of them. Or 6 of them, excuse me. By the time this attack hits, he should have 8. I don't know how effective that'll end up being. There's 18 Legionnaires here, man.
Look, at a certain point, though, Legionnaires are just wasting themselves by teleporting to a target, and they're not going to be able to get on very well. I don't know, man. I feel like Shambler's going to try and come in here. Well, hang on. He does not want to come down. Hupsaiya really exposing himself here. The Legionnaires going to commit. The Bastard's going to add a lot of damage. Some backline units saying don't shoot the Ecclesiast. I'm sure doing a lot of work for Hupsaiya there.
Oh, boy.
I can't even tell who's winning. Oh, it's definitely Shambler.
Yeah, it's definitely him. You saw how many Legionnaires stayed alive there for most of that. We're down to only, looks like there's going to be about 10. The Vassals overcommitting onto the Hierophants and Drax, and that does stop the Ecclesiast from healing them a little bit, but it's after so much of the healing was already done, right? And there was no splash damage. The Lattices were up for so long, but not a single idol.
The Vassals did do work there, but unfortunately there's not enough of them. And yeah, the front line is overwhelming. Looks like Shambler's going to do massive damage here, if not just end the game. The Legionnaires are getting cleaned up, though. There's going to be none left. Oh, wait, there's one.
There's one. So of course there's one. He'll kill this last worker, at the very least.
Okay, somehow, like, the army got depleted here, but Hupsaiya lost quite a few workers here. Shambler's still ahead in army count.
He is, but his army isn't actually moving across the map right now, so that's another thing, right? Like, Hupsaiya's down by 8 workers, but he can repair that over time, right? Oh, no. No, Legionnaire. The Legionnaire's going to die to a worker.
Is he?
He died.
Yes, he is.
It was
So close. Almost got that one too. But then he would have just aggroed the next one, right? I think Shambler accidentally sent some of his army back. I don't know if vassals showed up or something. I don't think they did. See all those units in the natural?
Yeah.
Look, what are they up to? There we go. He realizes. I think Shambler just comes in for round 2, right? Idols are coming out, but now the units that they needed to counter are all gone anyway. That said, Shambler is making a bunch of Ecclesiasts and stuff. Maybe more melee will come out. But yeah, Idols do not fight Draconids that well.
No, and they don't fight Zealots as well either. So I think this might actually be enough for Hupsaiya to get cleaned up here in just a moment. We've got Idols coming in. Well, I don't know. He's got a little bit more.
Is this decent? Because I feel like a lot of his units are hanging around. That said, they're not banking that much. I'm just questioning why he's not sending this entire army, right?
It does seem a little suspicious to me too. I wonder if they played on a different version of the game or something.
Or could be. Well, the first replay worked okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the idle workers, so I'm gonna assume that this is like there's still a little bit more to play here. There's a couple of, I mean, he's got a lot of units out in this situation, so
it's interesting that this is desyncing, but they're not banking a lot. Maybe they really are just having a lot.
Well, they kept their production live, right? So they keep making units.
Yeah, okay. There's no way Hupsaiya would have all those idle workers, right?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Let me go in while you continue to look through. Let me. I'm gonna take a look at the.
Well, it's a bit hard because I can't use the camera.
No, you can't, but that's okay. I'll pan around for you a little bit here. I'm going to be looking at what if they left me a note on the version played, because they should have been playing the latest version of the game, right? So.
Yeah, whatever date they played this. Maybe they updated between games, if there was a patch at that time. Like, because you know what day and time they played this, right? Oh, man, it's hard to commentate when like nothing's happening, but it seems like Hupsaiya did hold.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's we'll reset, and I'll backdate the version real quick, and we'll jump into we'll just fast forward into that rough area because it looks like it only broke on a battle.
You think it might be the next one, not the previous one? That's just my thoughts.
I believe what happened is that I fixed the Ecclesiast, but I only fixed it in time for your series and not theirs, so that's probably what broke. Because they didn't make them in the previous game.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Or they did, but I think it wasn't as part of the fight or whatever. So
no, it got deleted. Yeah. I think it was in the final fight, but obviously then the game ended.
Yeah. So we'll just fast forward real quick here as we get back into things. Pardon our appearances. We can look at Shambler's silly goose appearance instead.
It's pretty cool. I never got that far in Darkest Dungeon, man. I don't want to fight that.
Well, he didn't send me an actual PNG, so I had to manually mask it out, and I was not a happy fan of that. So I won't say it was pretty cool.
That is a pain.
All right, so looks like Hupsaiya has just taken his Nexus. I'll finish fast forwarding in just a moment here. All right, so
please re-enable the stream.
Absolutely, we are back in action here, ladies and gentlemen. We got absolute chaos happening on all sides as per usual for PvP. I don't know. This seems worse than before.
I don't have the stream.
Oh, you don't have the stream. Let me do that for you.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, you didn't turn it off for everyone else, just for me.
No, just for you, dude. Figure it out. What's wrong? All right, so this one does look worse, so I don't actually think this is right either.
Uh-oh.
So what did they do?
Oh, dear.
Did they play on pre-release?
Surely not. Surely they wouldn't play one game on release, then go pre-release. Surely.
Yeah, I don't know. I went back one version.
It could just be a good old-fashioned regular broken replay. Possible.
I don't think so, because Shambler said that he looked at the replays. So
okay.
I'm definitely perplexed. We'll take a moment.
Like I said, instead of one earlier, go one later?
What'd you say?
Instead of one earlier, go one later?
There is no later. This is the... Oh, we were on the latest version, and then I went to... Oh, maybe it was the... Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Because it might have... You might be actually right, and maybe I just skipped over a version that I thought was unimpactful because it was just tile sets. But on Germination, it actually did make a difference.
Ah, yes.
Classic move. All right. Again, I'm just going to speed through it again. This time I'll remember to enable it for you.
Thank you. Looking good so far.
Yeah, this is fine. Wait, I'm not showing it on the stream just yet, so...
Oh, fair. Yeah, guys,
yeah, because
secret Starcraft runs that he made in the corner in the desync. He just made him in the corner. He never set them in. You know.
Yeah.
Has 4 or 5 of them.
All right, We'll wait for Hupsaiya to put down his Nexus, and then I'll take a look at the resources as per usual. So far, so good.
It's pretty good, yeah. Alright, so it was after the big fight where Shambler got in the natural, where it started looking iffy.
Yeah.
Fast forward through this one.
Now we'll see. We'll watch it, dude. It's the big Legionnaire fight, dude. This is with the Ecclesiasts having their fixed, not having their fixed stuff yet, so it'll be a little bit worse for Shambler. He'll have a little bit less Legionnaires up. Yeah, that's the big change,
probably
right?
Why.
Yeah.
That Legionnaire was like AFK killing scribes over there.
That's right. Yeah, okay,
so
Hupsaiya actually held super
happened.
fast. Yeah.
Oh my god, you can see how much difference the patch made. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
He actually held. That is such a difference. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains a lot. He does focus fire the Ecclesiast though, realizing that it's an important unit.
It is.
And he pulls back. Okay, so that changes things a lot. Now Shambler's not looking nearly as good. Hupsaiya's still slightly ahead on workers, and with the Embassy, Shambler's going to be able to reproduce a lot more gateway units, but there are a couple more lattices out now. And we did see idols made in the desync, so I know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's right. So as we get into the real version, the Hupsaiya approved version, where he's staying alive. Yeah, that was
just
a
in
strange,
Shambler's mind.
Extra reality, yeah.
Ooh, 2 Rogues Galleries, right? Still happening at the natural. We did see that last time, right? I like it a lot because the Vagrants are a great spam mineral unit.
Yep.
You can potentially get bar guests. They're going to make a huge difference if stuff like Zealots are out. It's got great cost-effective options, I think.
Yeah, well, it's going to be idols here as well. I mean, idols are okay versus Vagrants. So there is that. But the biggest problem is that Vagrants have so much, like, they give you so much potential to be able to push out, right? So, you know, you can suicide them and then use their death form to really make some extra DPS happen to split their army, to intercept the idol shots or whatever you want to do.
You really do need a mix of units here, because I'm just thinking it costs the same as a Zealot, but if it's like pure Vagrant and your opponent has some Zealots tanks, it's still going to be very effective. So you do need like a good mix here. And, you know, there's a few Ecclesiasts and Zealots out. A lot of Draconids as well, good for that backline. And it is Vagrants coming out immediately. Shambler knows what he's about here. I don't think he's going to have any problem holding here. He is a little bit behind, but both players still in it. And Embassy finally coming up for Shambler as well. I would not be surprised if we see thirds come up here, because you can defend it with ramp.
Ardent Authority coming in the back here for Shambler. I'm guessing that's for a Cantors, right? You pop a lot of the shields off the Zealots. Idol's doing some splash damage to Shambler's front line. Got to watch out for that. There is no crowd control right now for Shambler.
I don't like that for Hupsaiya at all, honestly. He just bled some units. And look how small his army is in comparison. He does not want to tangle with that force up the ramp. About the Ardent, yeah, I think a Cantor is definitely a superior option. Architects would seem tempting, but I'm not sure they're going to be that good. Of course, the Cantor, the problem is getting it to the battlefield, right? But he does have an embassy of his own now.
Hupsaiya going for an Ardent as well.
If we have envoys coming out, I think definitely the Cantors is going to be really strong. If you don't want to spend on that, I think the Architect is still worth making. I just think the Cantors are going to be much deadlier.
The other thing, too, that I didn't really consider until now is Hierophant on top of the Architect to, like, keep them within split range and stuff. Maybe that could be good for picking targets if you're just trying to bleed your opponent. But what's stopping Shambler from, with his composition, just diving onto a fight? You lose an Ecclesiast, that speeds up the rest of your army, and look at that! Witness detects the other witness. That's going to blind Hupsaiya for now.
Didn't even mean to.
I know, yeah. It's just happened to be a rally.
Ooh, look at that cheeky Zealot. I wonder what he's going to do.
Just watch for traitors, perhaps. Another one walking on through.
Maybe he got too injured and he's like, screw this, I'm retiring. I'm not going back to fight for the army.
Yeah. Well, listen, that's how you get turned into a bar guest, dude. You got to watch out.
Alright, no Ardent unit coming up yet for Shambler, but it is the Architects for Hupsaiya. It is in a Cantor for Shambler. Alright, I guess we'll get to test what I was saying. I feel like the Cantor is the better unit, but the Architect going to be easy to move around and engage. Shambler might be getting out of position here, but the hero crippled Zealot spots the army. Vital intel for Shambler is going to come on this high ground now. Ooh, Hierophants though. Yeah,
again, no crowd control currently present for Shambler, but he's taking a much better engagement right now. He's got a couple of Hierophants to slow some units down, including this one Zealot. And yeah, the engagement a little bit awry here for Hupsaiya, not able to really focus his idols onto one target. Now seeing if he can maybe take a fighting retreat. The Hierophants are going to be so huge here for Shambler, though.
Vagrant's doing a great job just gunning down the melee earlier, by the way. And there's not much melee for Shambler, but he does just have more Draconids. More Zealots coming in, though. Hupsaiya reinforces, and the Vassal's actually doing stuff here, but Shambler's army is just bigger.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And even once you kill the Vagrants, they just become a lot more deadly. You package that with the slow from the Hierophant, and suddenly it looks a lot better for Shambler's position. Sure, you got your third base up and running, but for how long? The Architect only good when you have the positional advantage. Shambler's army is very much intent on making it so that that positional advantage expires very fast. A horde of Zealots and Vagrants moving on for the right-hand side. That can come in towards that third base a little bit later on, if that's what Shambler wants to do. This could be a knockout punch.
Shambler might just end it here if he can pick up that Architect. He's waiting for his reinforcements coming from the other side. That might be deadly here, but the Architect is doing a lot of damage from that high ground.
Yeah, the Zealots came out at the perfect time for Hupsaiya to really keep them at an arm's length, but now he's letting him back in.
But here comes the flank. Yeah, really nice move by Shambler, taking from multiple directions. This Architect's going to have a hard time escaping. It's still doing its damage. Idol's going to do a great job actually warding off the melee as well. I can't see what's happening on the right. Oh, the Zealots are getting in though. I'm not sure if he right-clicked on the Architect.
Oh no.
As long as they're close to it.
One of them down. The Zealots hit it up. Yeah, very nice focus fire from Shambler. And now this Architect that went way too close due to a rally point is indeed going to get zoned back away. Suddenly this third base is going to take a lot longer to come online. But look, still 10 worker advantage here for Hupsaiya. It might be fleeting, but he can still stabilize. He just needs to kick Shambler out of his base.
That Architect needs to get on the main high ground and stay there. They could do so much from there. But he's fighting on the front lines of it almost. He's trying to dive in on it, but I don't know if
diving in? Not quite sure. I think Shambler is not going to get away with too many more kills here at this point. He's just going to see if he can macro up, sending more units, and he's got an Architect of his own.
Well, he has the army advantage slightly, but he's not have the production advantage. The Acantor never got used. Man, I guess I was wrong. Cantors are worse because they just never make it to the front line.
Yeah, he forgot about that. I thought that might have been an envoy with it in there, but apparently not.
It's going to be very, very hard to push against enemy Architects up a ramp.
You know, the other thing, too, is that Shambler has said before that he doesn't really like to be
seen as a fraud.
Oh my god. Luciferius just frauded. Thank you, dude. I was wondering why Jonathan Blow was talking to me, but Shambler is going to go ahead and charge the front. There's no melee here for Hupsaiya. This could be the critical moment.
Well, the Architect should pull back, but barely. I mean, he has the damage if he can just stay alive. Oh, that close-range Zealot is going to wreak havoc. It might even kill
the Acantor! He's killed a bunch of workers!
Okay, he tried to get the Architect with him, but it's not hit. They can evade those shots, even though they're very big and clumsy. His own Architect on the front line, somehow still alive. Didn't even see. Did Hupsaiya's Architects both die?
Hupsaiya's Architects are indeed dead. Yeah, they died in the mineral line. You can see the big piles of rubble.
Dude, he's getting that Acantor in there. Even if it just gets focused by Draconid, it's going to do damage.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, why is the Architect the front line? Get that out of there!
Alright, well, he gets rid of the pylon at the very least. There's more workers streaming on in. The Nexus not in danger of being destroyed. Gas not being able to be harvested, though. All those workers died earlier thanks to the Acantor.
The Architect.
What is Hupsaiya thinking about right now? Oh, look at these reinforcements coming in from the south. What's Hupsaiya got? He's going for 2 Ancestral Archives, but it's going to be like 50 seconds before they're even operational.
I mean, Tectons will shut this down immediately, but how long is it going to take to get one out? The third is definitely going to go down. Can he hold the natural? The Wardens are going to help a lot, but Architects cannot range those.
Absolutely, yeah. This is still very tight here, and Shambler, he's losing most of his front line. He's only got 2 Zealots and a couple Vagrants, but Hupsaiya, he is so far forward right now.
You know, Shambler macroing the Architects a bit better here. Even though he put them in extremely dangerous situations straight up, he was able to pull them back pretty well. And Hupsaiya doesn't seem to have any more left. I'm not sure if he just stopped producing them or what. Low ground Architects, though, not going to have a good time. Never mind what I was saying.
Yeah, well, one of them does end up going down, and I guess maybe Hupsaiya has held Shambler off at an arm's length. He does have the tech advantage, and he had the worker advantage for a good while, but now Shambler is powering up on a third base.
Yeah, very aggressive play from Shambler. He was actually behind in workers for almost that entire fight, but he was able to just get in there and take a very slight army advantage, turn it into basically a winning position now. What is Hupsaiya going to do? I don't think coming across these Draconid's Architects is the way back into this game. He's going to face the Architects on the enemy high ground. Of course, there's the Acantor, still trying to do work.
Yikes. I mean, the Witness spotted that army, so Hupsaiya maybe tunnel visioning a little bit, trying to snipe out that Acantor. Ooh.
He doesn't want to lose that Architects, and he does.
And that was really a critical part of his defense. He's going for an Acantor behind this. The Ancestral Archives are complete, but they're idle. Hupsaiya has not queued up any units for them.
Again, Tectons would pretty much hard counter Architects, I feel like, as long as they don't get caught on low ground or something. But what do we have? He is producing 2 Tectons. That's what he needs. So we can definitely stay alive with this, but Shambler has taken the third.
Ooh.
And the ball's very much in Shambler's court, so I like Hidden Base, if that's the idea. I think that's a good way to try and get back in this, because you can definitely hold. Yeah, if he has time.
People remember Secret Base 99. Hupsaiya doesn't have any numbers in his name, so right. I don't know what we're going to call that one. But Oh no! The Architect's surrounded by Zealots! Shambler, you're gonna lose your Architect!
Oh man, that Scarab did so much damage. Ooh. Do you still call them Scarabs?
Plasma Shell, bro.
Oh, okay, thanks.
But it's dead.
Oh man, he loses it though, and actually that might be the trinket for Shambler to just kill him. The Objectons are barely gonna get out in time. It looks like.
Yeah,
they're
but
not here yet.
look at how far they have to waddle over to join the front line.
So
and the Zealots, there's still some Zealots here. There's the first Tecton, second one as well.
God.
Cracking shots off. They deal with one of the Zealots.
Shambler knows he has to be careful. I mean, look at that. Akanto is getting absolutely smacked. But he has a lot of stuff. Can he get close to them? Oh, man,
yeah, he certainly can. I mean, there's no Hierophant with this army, but you don't need it versus Tectons. You're blocking off their ability to fire, and one of them has already gone down. A critical part of Hupsaiya's attempt at defensing. Oh my god, the Architect also trying to get some shots off. You hardly ever see aggressive Architects like this, but yeah, there's nothing else coming out of these gateways, man. GG, Shambler, 2-0 start.
It's a nice work by Shambler there, seizing on that advantage, realizing that his opponent committed too much to attack. Very impressive decision-making with his army that whole game, I felt like, from Shambler. Maybe early on, he did throw a lot of Legionnaires attacking that Nexus, but we're going to ignore that. I think in general, Hupsaiya kind of had better macro and generally on paper looked better, but Shambler just knew how to get in there, do the damage, and pick off what units.
There you go. There you go. And shout out to Luciferius for, I think, 5 gifted that was. Appreciate you, dude.
Oh, awesome.
And there you go. Supporting the Fraud Club effort. We're going on to Derelict 2 for Game 3. And remember, this could be the last match of this upper semifinal. The Shambler in the bottom left, Hupsaiya in the top right.
All right, yeah, that is a 2-0 from Shambler. Look, dude, so far... Look, man, that game could have been longer. They barely got up to the Ancestrals. Hupsaiya, no typing. Typer, no typing. He's asking the wrong man.
I don't think you can ask Shambler to do no typing, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, right. That wasn't even the usual type of typing. That was just like, oh, interesting, But we'll see if Shambler uses that weapon. It's like, chemical weapons or something. It's like, people are against it, but Shambler might use it to devastating effect anyway. Yeah, so my prediction so far, looking possible?
Hey, it is. You said it could be a 3-0, right? Although you did, you also said you'd prefer to fight Hupsaiya. I think your preference.
I did. Say that.
Come true. But this could go the same way of Hamster, right? Where Hupsaiya fights back in the second game or the third game.
Yeah, but that means Shambler still wins.
That's true.
But look, I did suspect Shambler would be looking pretty good in this series. I just hoped he wouldn't, So what can you do? But we'll see. Every game's a new game. Here we are on Derelict 2. Someone's got to use those corner bases someday, man.
Yeah, Hupsaiya had a funny moment where he was talking. Oh, this is the old version of the map too, where this you noted that this
it's updated now.
Yeah, this part's fixed. It's a little bit different. There's still an overhang there, but it's not quite as pronounced. Anyway,
it's actually not even imbalanced. But sorry, go on.
Yeah. The thing for me. Oh my god, get out of my mineral line. The thing for me that's kind of interesting is that I guess he watched you play a match where you took a base, one of these corner bases, like some casual ladder match or whatever, and he's like, dude, I'm going to be so epic and move workers to the top left, and then he didn't realize it was an island.
Did he see me drop them or something?
Yeah.
Rip. Well, I mean, that's how you learn, right? He won't forget that now.
That's right.
By the way, Shambler going up to 3 gates again.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, going to be taking the aggression here. The Legion is going to return.
Ooh.
Hopefully will not
Hupsaiya doing the same.
On a Nexus. Okay. Again, the Legions will clash in the middle of the field. Many Protoss will fall today.
Yep. Hey, you can only hope so.
Scribe.
Can he do it? He's going to get it.
He's going to die. No.
Absolutely scribed.
Oh, he's going to get away.
Oh my god, what a thief. Oh, he's trying to fight.
Around to 5.
Oh my god, the bob and weave. Oh, never mind.
No, he's not going to make it, man. He's not going to make it.
Are you sure? 2 health. Is it enough?
No way.
Oh, he comes back in. That was a little ambitious.
Yeah. He could have, maybe, but I mean, how much APM are you going to spend on that one Legionnaire, right?
Dude, it's 75 minerals, but it's infinity APM.
Hupsaiya calling him out. He's saying, oh, you think you can make Legionnaires? Well, I'll make 4-gate Legionnaires. This is where, Shambler puts down the 5th gate, and they're on like 10 gates on one base. They can't even use half of them.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Well, we have 4 Legionnaires for Shambler. He's going to walk up here and see that the gateway count is the same as his Legionnaire count and say, whoa! Except these 2 are actually pocketed back here, right? So do you even suspect that?
Oh, he doesn't want this. Even with the ones that are on show, he needs to not do this. Chema needs to get home and sit defensive. He realizes it too. He turns around, but is he going to keep making Legionnaires? If it's pure Legionnaire, the choke won't matter that much. I think Hupsaiya will still be able to overwhelm. But is his 4th gate not up just yet?
No, it's not. And there's, of course, Shambler going up for his own 4th gate.
There it is. There it is. Okay, but it's a bit slower. All right. Once again on the offensive, though. Even if he has less production, if he takes an early engage, he can still keep the lead here.
Listen, it's 8v8 in the middle of the map. And look, these 2 are gone. They're totally separated from the rest of them. They're going to get completely massacred.
Nice pounce from Hupsaiya. I mean, Shambler needs to not take this fight. He's got like 6 there. Okay, he does get some reinforcements. Oh my god. Someone needs to make like 1 vassal and just have it running around, you know, attacking.
Waypointed into the enemy mineral line and watch.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Game just ends. Oh my god, this is going to be a bloodbath one way or another. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Listen, there's way more Legionnaires here for Hupsaiya. Surely he will be able to win this game.
Well, if it's close to Shambler's base, you still have the advantage, though. That's the dynamic we're going to see here. And Shambler seems astute enough not to overcommit so far. I mean, a little bit risky, but did not get punished for it. Now, Hupsaiya mining the gas. Is he going to send out the Drax? Or the Ecclesias? The Ecclesias would be huge.
One
here.
Hierophant.
Better than Draconans.
Interesting.
Oh, man, I don't know if the Hierophant is the choice, because his DPS is not that good.
No, and it occupies your production line for quite a while.
Said, Hupsaiya's got more Legionnaires here. Shambler doesn't want to do this. Wow. Hopefully Shambler realizes, yeah, he's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe another time. Okay, but, you know, the Hierophant is still going to be a backline range unit, even though it's maybe not the best choice, just having a number of them will still add a lot of damage. I don't feel like Legionnaires are going to live long enough for the secondary debuff to actually matter, but hey, he's still going to be pew-pewing away, and I guess they do move really fast. That is an advantage.
Yeah, you can... So what Hupsaiya does like to do with his gateway armies is he likes to put most of his APM onto the Hierophants, and everything else is just, you know, a move. So he focuses the Hierophants super massively, tries to debuff them and stuff, and then the Legionnaire does the rest. But look at this, man. It's 25 Legionnaires. God. What is the ZVZ with Zethra-cores? I mean, dude, come on. 21, couple Hyros. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if it's ZVZ, he has to make the, like, perfect arc, but then everything just teleports. And
This is silly.
I mean, I guess it is Hierophants. Maybe they should have figured it out. It's because the Hierophant can actually evade the Legionnaire and not get tagged, is the whole point. But I still struggle to see how, like, Ecclesias wouldn't be better just to, like, you know, you're willing to let it die, but just add its damage. If your opponent has to focus it, that's still going to be a lot of damage they're going to lose. Oh my god.
As soon as you see that many, like, what do you even do?
He looks like he wants to try it, but I don't know about that, man. Oh, we'll see. Well, 1 Hierophant out for Shambler.
Is it going to be enough? All right, listen. I don't even know. Okay, what's happening right now is that most of Hupsaiya's Legionnaires cannot make it to attack the Shambler's Legionnaires. And now he's starting to retreat, but where's the rest of the reinforcements? They're coming in a little bit too slow, and the Hierophants are being pushed backwards. So Hupsaiya exiting with only 2, maybe 3 or 4 Legionnaires in total. 18 still left running here for Shambler.
He does have a bunch of Hierophants, though, so he can kind of keep that going. Although it was very ambitious to try and bust that ramp. Yeah. Now Zealot's coming out for Shambler, and I think Zealot's going to be an excellent choice here. They're going to take so much damage. 0 armor pen on these Legionnaires here. Yep. I was so close
0
to saying
for the Hierophant as well. Yeah, nice save.
You heard me stop myself. I was like, on these Legionnaires, yes.
Yes, Legionnaires. Well, Hupsaiya going to go ahead and grab a Nexus. I don't know about that. Okay. That's ambitious.
I think he can hold it. Because you can just retreat up the ramp. It's going to take a long time for Legionnaires to kill a Nexus, and you can use that high ground. I mean, he's got enough of a defender's advantage. He's got Zealots of his own. I'd be amazed if Shambler could bust this.
All right, let's see if Shambler can amaze us. He's moving a bunch of units.
I don't think he's going to try. Man, I'm wrong about everything. It looks like he wants to try. I don't know, man.
For it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. I'm saying is to not overextend, though. He needs to maintain his defensive concave.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is that your Legionnaire micro needs to be pretty good from Shambler's POV to kill off all of these, like, specialist units. But if the Ecclesias are on the front line as they currently are, then maybe there doesn't need to be too much micro. Maybe you just A-move. I don't know. Oh, man,
Hupsaiya's going out again. I think this is a big mistake. If Shambler can pounce on it...
Oh, yeah, he certainly can. Look at that. One of the Ecclesias is going to get nuked immediately. See what more it can do. Needs to pull these Ecclesias back. The Zealots can definitely do some damage here, but all of the Legionnaires are being melted now. Shambler, he's got 5 left, but I think it might be more than enough. That Ecclesia stayed alive for so long thanks to this other one that came down from the reinforcements.
Well, the Hierophants are actually spreading a lot of slows around, but that also means they're kind of just like resetting shields without actually doing any damage here. I mean, they're starting to kill some stuff. They're pretty good against Zealots, I would say, if not Legionnaires, but Shambler has a lot. He's still storming in here. If he can get the D power, this game is probably over.
Yeah, there's only one pylon, man. A couple Zealots coming out here, but Shambler wants to dive in onto these Hierophants and see if he can do it from there. Where are the workers? The worker pull can help him out here. Hupsaiya might be able to extend. Remember, he's got a Nexus, and Shambler does not. It's basically in the mineral line, dude.
Hierophants are the best unit against themselves.
That's right, that's
Always
right.
how it goes. Look at that, he's going to catch it. Where are the scribes going to go? They're going to go to the natural and start mining there. Man, Hupsaiya is doomed.
The pylon!
Shambler. Oh, yeah. Shambler's going to advance 3-0, it looks like.
Man, what an insane situation to be in, where Shambler, he was so risky putting all of his units there against the scribes. The scribes
They're
are
actually
going.
pretty strong, dude. Look at him go.
There's a pylon coming back in. Shambler's one Hierophant sort of loose there, but there's a couple of Draconins coming in from the reinforcements.
It doesn't matter. Shambler just has units all over the place. Even if Hupsaiya, like, you know, presses the, I don't know, smart bomb button and kills everything in his base, he's still not going to be able to come back here. Shambler's just going to have such an advantage. He's going to depower again. He's still rallying units. He doesn't have a Nexus of his own, I will point out, actually.
That's what I'm saying. That. Yeah, Hupsaiya has the Nexus and Shambler does not. He's all in on the military play, and a lot of his Draconins are super wounded. Now 3 Draconins here for Hupsaiya all of a sudden. He's going to get evicted out. Needs to kill his Nexus, I feel like.
Well, or at least win the game.
Well, that too, yeah.
Yeah, takes out a couple of Zealots. Well, hang on, the Hierophants are going to be annoying here. Can he actually get up here? Oh, he gets one of them. That's not coming up anytime soon with the depowered gateways.
Yeah, he's only got 2. He never repowered these ones. One of the Draconins seconds away. Oh, no. Definitely does not have the armor advantage here.
He needs to get that Hierophant, man. It's doing so much. There we go. Finally gets it. Starts focusing on Dragons. Yeah, again, with only 2 in production, he will just overwhelm here over time. More units coming in. What are they? Oh, it's Zealots. Zealots going to be very hard to deal with here, and a couple more Draconins.
Yeah, that's it.
That pylon.
He never repowered that second gateway. That would have changed so much, but it will be a 3-0 in favor of your boy Shambler.
My boy Shambler.
Your boy Shambler. Your opponent, Shambler.
my next opponent now, Shambler. Oh, man. Well, I feel like my prediction was right in that... you know, it was always going to be a 3-0 because either Shambler would be able to pick him apart like this, or Hupsaiya would have been prepared and sort of denied him in every turn. I don't think it ever could have gone any other way.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. Well, I think we had some pretty cool stuff on display there. I do think that Hupsaiya has changed. Like, for one, the biggest thing I think that you saw happen there was that the Ecclesiast was way better in the game where we ran on the wrong patch on Germination, and then eventually we realized, oh wait, no, that was before the fix. Now in PvP, and the fix is live on release, Ecclesiast will be a lot better, and I think you'll see them as emerge as like a very powerful unit to go for.
Well, we saw the difference, right? Yeah. In that desync engagement was huge. And honestly, even these games, I think they were pretty good. I still say the old Hierophant was probably a mid unit, but in PvP at least, it certainly seemed pretty good. Now it's going to be very useful.
Yep, absolutely. So even though Hupsaiya gets cast down to the lower bracket, there's absolutely a chance for him to move on. He is going to face the winner of the next match that we have to cast, Newt against Tacocake. And yeah, you know, I really think that Hupsaiya has a strong chance in that lower bracket. Obviously, if Tacocake makes it through, I would say it would be an upset. And yet still his versus Protoss is not stellar, whereas his versus Terran is a little bit more drilled. But meanwhile, Newt just seems like the head and shoulders better player, the guy who's more familiar, and his versus Protoss is also a bit of a struggle. So that is going to be an interesting matchup. It will probably be closer than a 3-0, I think, but I still would favor Hup. So I think he can still make things happen. What do you reckon overall?
Yeah, I think Hupsaiya definitely is coming into this, what do you call it, Acropolis with a lot of threat, right? So it's still not over. We saw last time Hamster came all the way back to the finals from the lower bracket, right? I hope he doesn't do that again, by the way, and I have to face him again.
Could be.
But yeah, I think it's definitely still in it. But Shambler looking very strong, right? He switched to Protoss just before the thing started, but he's coming through. He was 3-1 in his first stage, his quarterfinals game, yes?
The Shambler, yeah, he dropped one game against GeneralAnakin and no games against Hupsaiya.
Because I know he's flawless in the group.
Yeah.
If he was, wait, he dropped a game against Anakin? Dang.
Yeah.
If he was flawless in every other game, then, you know, he'd be like, wow, he's on the flawless run, but not quite. Not quite. But hey, I can't make too many predictions about how the match versus him is going to go, right? I just have to say, well, we're going to play and we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are entertained. We are going to take another short break here before we bring you the final series. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Neblime and I are here to bring to you the final series of the day. It would have only been the third out of fourth, but as mentioned before, GeneralAnakin was not able to make it to his match. He forfeited out. Art of Turtle will instead walk over to meet none other than Hamster, which is going to be a tight match. Now we are going to see who meets Hupsaiya in the next phase of the tournament in that lower bracket. It's going to be Newt versus Tacocake, the only Terran versus the newest Zerg. How are we doing, Neblime? What do you think of this match?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this one. Look, I got to give it to Newt, right? Because I kept talking him up and saying he might win this whole thing, and then I myself had to send him down to the lower bracket. But hey, if I'm hoping to win this whole thing, then that means Newt's still doing pretty good, right? Mm-hmm. I think he's a very threatening player, and Tacocake has done well. Don't get me wrong, but he was never the favorite going into this Throneroom stage, man. Tacocake was always going to have an uphill battle. And yeah, he got knocked down once. That's understandable. But then he has to face Newt. It's the blows just keep coming, man. Tacocake, I was saying in that last game with Shambler, it would amaze me if he busted that natural. And look, about that, Hupsaiya came out. I blame him. But anyway, it would amaze me if Tacocake wins this series. He's really going to be up against it, I think.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair all in all. Because when you look at the way that this matchup has gone, you look at Newt. He's very, very good at like the dealing with aggressive players in the early stages of the game, and he has his own really crazy, crafty things if he thinks he's going to be the aggressive player in the match. And then we look at Tacocake, and it's kind of one note, which is not really an insult per se, it's just Tacocake is very aggressive all the time. He comes in as the lower seed in this matchup, so he was able to ban one map and pick the starter, and Neblime, you have the pick ban in front of you here. Do you see anything in particular that's quite interesting about this?
I do, very much so. But first, let me just say, I was about to say about Taco, he really likes the Nafrok Lake, but there it is. His favorite unit is the Nafrok. So, what do you mean? But yes, so in my game against Newt, as you probably remember, there was that Sideshow game. And I said to Newt after the series, it was a bit of a miss for him not to ban Sideshow, but he goes right ahead and bans it first map out, which I think is an excellent choice, by the way. I think Zerg just has a really great time on Sideshow, and I think that was actually quite demonstrated against Hamster as well. And like I picked it straight up as the first map, as you know, against Hamster, because I think it's pretty much Zerg's game to lose on Sideshow. So that's an excellent choice. Once again, Fata Morgana banned, but by Tacocake.
Yes.
Banning a close by air map. Even though he likes these Nafrocores. Now, I don't know if he's scared of Wraiths or what, but that's interesting, right? Maybe he's going to bring something different. Germination banned by Newt. I don't mind it. It's probably pretty good for Zerg with that easy to take third as well, but I think it's fairly balanced. And then Purgatory picked for Taco, which I do quite like for Zerg as well.
Yeah, so that's interesting because it also leaves Titanforge up, which previously Newt said he was not a fan of versus Zerg. He banned it in his series versus you, right? So it's kind of curious that he leaves that one open this time, instead deciding to get rid of Sideshow.
I think he has to get rid of Sideshow. I mean, at the time when I said that, he disagreed. He didn't think it was a mistake not to ban Sideshow, but I hope I've shown him otherwise, because, like, honestly, you have to play Titanforge now if Tacocake picks it.
That's right.
I don't know if it's good for Zerg or Terran, to be honest. It's just bad for everyone, because you're like, oh, I have to deal with this now.
Well, listen, we are moments away from getting into this final series of the day. I'm going to ask you for your prediction. I think I already know, but can you even give me a scoreline prediction? Do you think Tacocake is able to take at least a game?
Look, I'm going to say 3-0 Newt, but I'm not going to say it's unlikely that Tacocake takes a game. It could be 3-0, 3-1, leaning towards 3-0. I definitely think Taco could take a game, but I don't think he can take the series.
All right. Well, let's see if that's true, because we're going to Tacocake's pick first. This is Elimination 1A. It's Newt as the only Terran left in the tournament against Tacocake, our most aggressive Zerg. And of course, we have Tacocake in the top left and Newt in the bottom right. It's the Purgatory. Tacocake's pick.
Well, you know Newt's about us, and you see him take it down Empyreans of Goliaths, man, in the intro. He's very dangerous.
He is very dangerous indeed. Yeah, and you know, he's immediately going for that gas. So any ideas that I had of maybe Newt going bio in this series because he's against Zerg, I'm going to just go out and say he's probably not doing that.
Look, the funny thing is he does do bio occasionally, but he's still a bio hater at heart. And I think that's fine. Look, I don't want to say too much about games that may not be known yet, but bio definitely seems pretty strong against Zerg sometimes. But that said, mech seems perfectly fine as well. So I think it's perfectly fine to just say, like, I don't like bio or I don't like mech.
Well, they are very interesting stylistic differences, right? Because if you think about the way that it works, Tacocake going to take the high ground hatch here, as is pretty customary.
I think that's very good against Fulcrum. Yeah, if you go low ground against Fulcrum, it's going to be super annoying if anchors get built, or even if just the first vulture runs in and starts shooting eggs and stuff, because they're going to put a mine down at the bottom of the ramp, and it's going to be hard to get in there before you lose like an egg's worth of production, basically. So I like hatch and high ground in general, as you've probably seen.
Yep.
So I like what Tacocake's doing so far.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. There's the pool coming afterwards.
Okay, so we went for 10 hatch 9 pool. Pretty, what would you say, safe here. And you do want to stop that first vulture from coming across and doing too much. And Newt pretty much always goes for this, by the way. So I hope this is the sign that Tacocake is pretty well aware of how Newt plays. Because you do, I think against Newt in particular, anyone out there, always go 10 hatch 9 pool, because he will send that vulture and try and get in.
Yeah, and so this gives you that faster pool timing, so you can at least get like a Zethra core or so. A couple quasis maybe, something like that to try to mount the defense. Here it comes, already heavy on the way. The pool's about 50% complete as the vulture comes out of the fulcrum, so it's definitely going to be up in time. I don't know, this is a little tight here. He might be able to get a worker, at least he'll get rid of the worker scout, potentially.
Yeah, well, usually the best thing about this is denying the worker scout, right? It does get the one. Now he's going to come up in here. The cores are a little ways away.
2 star pads behind this.
Oh, I was going to comment about the race, but I guess I missed my time. Okay, he's going to go straight for the burrow, but I don't like it. See, the problem is you need to be fighting him away from the mineral line so you can get some space for the burrow to draw left like that. But he only gets 2. It's not great for Zerg, but it's not that bad. He will be able to bounce back, and with double production, we'll be able to go up and draw pretty fast. But yes, this is pretty tricky. Tacocake needs to know this is coming, otherwise, like, 8 Wraiths will just swan on in and kill some Drolefs, and he'll only have Quaz, and Newt has really upgraded his Wraith micro. You saw it in the series against me, I'm sure. He will just destroy any number of Quaz. And it seems like all the skillful Terrans are able to just annihilate Quaz with Wraith now, so you've got to get up to that high drift. Now, Tacocake not even mining gas, going for the low ground Hatcheros. He's not going to have any idea. I'm really worried for him already.
Yeah, I mean, it could absolutely bamboozle him here. The couple of Wraiths are going to pop out here in a moment. We got double Cyclops, of course, my favorite unit in the whole game. And we've got a couple Vultures here to hold the ramp as well. So there's really no hope for the Quasis to do anything aggressively. And I don't think only 4 of them are going to be much to deal with the Wraiths. And since he's already lost a couple of workers, the fact that he's overcommitting now, or maybe not overcommitting, maybe it's exactly what he needs, grabbing a couple extra Quasis, it can be maybe good versus the Wraiths as they pop out, but he's not going to be able to breach this position.
Well, yeah, I mean, the mines are a bit far up for my liking.
Yes.
Because, say, like, Zethranin, they could potentially stun the units. But, I mean, against Quaz, it's going to be no problem. Even without the mines, you just wouldn't get up there with this number of Quaz. And so this is kind of getting worse and worse for Taco. The only hope is if he can ambush those early Wraiths, keep the count down, buy himself time to get scores. Because I feel like Newt has to hedge. He has to assume his opponent is going to have an idea of what he's doing, right? It would be pretty ballsy to just save up 8 Wraiths and then go in. Because if you can get a couple draws early, it's very good. So I think it makes sense that Newt wants to go in early, but it is going to help Tacocake in a way.
Yeah, I think so. We got the Wraiths continuing on. A Stockade nice and fast. He's going to keep his gas production up. He's probably going to start saturating the Ridge pretty soon so you can afford a Vestry and then a Shaman afterwards. And everything is looking nice. He does have an Ovilith here. Tacocake, I think he was setting up for a drop with these 6 Quasis. But, you know, that'll at least help him versus the Wraiths, right? They can't just leave. Zorka's going to get scouted here.
Honestly, you should probably just cancel it as soon as you see Wraiths. Man, Drolef's getting picked off. Okay, he burrows, unburrows. Okay, they'll be safe for now. Where are the Quaz? They're just chilling. No Hydra at the moment. If that was a Hydra instead of a Zorkis, he'd be doing okay here. But now, I don't know, man. The Zorkis, I really want to see it cancel because it's not going to make any units that are going to help here. But here's the Overleft and the Quaz. Maybe I'll push this back for now. Once Newt gets organized, I think he's going to start picking stuff off here.
Yeah, it's a little spooky because, I mean, there's not that many workers. He's at 13. One of them's burrowed here, tragically.
Well, I think this is fine worker-wise because you've got to remember Terran's still on one base, no quarry here. So as long as Zerg like stabilizes, they do catch up pretty easily. The problem is, once he starts magic boxing, here we go, he's starting to do it. Although he hasn't been in trouble so far, but he will start reducing his Quaz count.
Yeah.
And no Hydra even on the horizon. A circuit being made of all things. I don't see any Sprafes around. This is why you really need a Sprafe on the ramp as well. He's going to pick off the overleft. The micro not 100% working out. He's spreading out a little bit, but still getting very good value so far. Here comes that Sprafe, but these Wraiths can probably just deny it, and this game might end right here.
Yeah, this is brutal. Newt hasn't lost a single Wraith yet. Focusing down that Sprafe before it can even be born. Now the worker's starting to take fire. More Wraiths streaming on in. What can you really do in this situation? He's going to see if he can stabilize in the main, but that's not going to be nearly enough, man.
Well, this is what I was saying about Quaz, right? Once the Terran gets into gear with a decent number and starts magic boxing, they will just do nothing. And Newt, like I said, he's really gotten very good at this. So I think he's going to take a pretty quick win here. But I can only hope it'll serve as a lesson to Tacocake. I really think you got to go for that overleft immediately because of this, or just accept that you're kind of taking a greedy option by assuming it's not Wraith.
Yeah, Newt definitely looking like the favorite so far in the series, it has to be said. Picking off the last couple of Quasis. That's going to force GG out of our Swedish Zerg, and will be Newt, the American Terran, putting some respect on the name of the Wraith. Awfully spooky.
Yeah, so I don't mind what Tacocake was doing, though, because I think it's just like, well, if he's not going Wraith, what you're doing makes perfect sense. It's just you don't have that intel. And it is tough for Zerg. You don't want to make the overleft if you don't have to, because you could just get more draw left, get that Hatchros up sooner. So it's not like Tacocake's out here doing things that don't make sense. Unfortunately, Newt was just prepared to counter it.
Yeah, and he wasn't really able to scout the fact that there was that star pad, so you couldn't realistically do too much there as far as the scouting was concerned. And there was no Ovaleth like on the other side of the map to do any scouting or dropping or anything. He made an Ovaleth, but he wasn't able to actually move it across. So it does look brutal, the double star pad. There's definitely, like, realistically, there are some reads for that when you continue to scout only a small number of mech units and they're at home, like being hyper defensive. You might assume that it's going to be star pad, right? At least one for a drop, if not multiple for Wraiths. But yeah, I don't know. It's so funny because Tacocake, obviously, he countered Top Ramen's Wraith play super well, but Newt definitely looking a lot better and a lot more polished in that respect. So early aggression not able to get on the board there just yet. We go to Derelict 2 for map 2. It'll be Tacocake in the top right. His pick, Newt in bottom left.
Okay, well, I think it's a pretty good pick for Zerg. These corner bases, I think, are more advantageous for Zerg, just because you can ferry stuff over there with the Overlord. One thing I do not like so much is that if the game goes big and Zerg has like a big army and they want a less surface area, wherever the Terran army goes, there's usually some terrain they can take advantage of. And I will say the 12 and 6 are actually way less advantageous for Zerg, which I think is a good change, by the way. I'd support all the changes made in Derelict 2. But the problem with the 12 and 6 that you're looking at right now is I used to love hiding my army up there and going up and down, but now it's like a dead end. So if your opponent corners you in there, you're going to have a really bad time. And it's wide, of course, so it's harder to defend a stack defense.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty much all the case. You know, we've moved away in Derelict's case, as well as many other maps, from the overhang that defends the natural choke super nicely. And I think in addition to moving away from that as a broad note, we're also going to be moving away from having like buildable high ground in general. And so it's a little bit less impactful. And yeah, you can build on this in Cosmonarchy.
Oh, I never knew that. I probably should have been. Dang.
Yeah. So you can absolutely
a few small drifts up there.
And that's the thing, right? Is that we've got to change it up so that stuff isn't the case anymore. I think that's going to end up being better. I think on Derelict it probably doesn't matter too much, but you know.
Well, it is sort of a shame because I would have liked to see Terran be able to make use of that kind of strategy a bit because I feel like it's a bit unutilized. Protoss, of course, had tried, but I think Protoss really gets the short end of the stick with stake defense. Early on, Wardens are great, and Engrams are really good too early on, but as the game progresses, their stake defense gets less and less impressive, I think.
I feel like people aren't using the Matrix too often, but it's also kind of like...
Yeah, because it's bad, like the Cyclops, dude.
Nah, I don't know, dude. You died to Cyclops. You'll die to Matrix,
terrible. Dude. Yeah, I die to Cyclops when I make them, I told you.
All right. Listen, AUD's in the chat. He can expose you.
Oh, no.
Listen, the other thing to point out about the Matrix is that when you put it down, it releases a shield pulse like the Ecclesiast, but around itself, so it repairs like shields on the scribes if they're being attacked by some sort of harassment. It's a great anti-harass tool. Just making one of them. I feel like maybe that could also happen. It's sort of like your replacement shield battery, because when you put it down, it repeatedly releases a pulse on its target and on itself wherever you put it. So I think there is a use for it that people just haven't exactly seen, but I will concede it's most likely a very niche one. Now back to this matchup, of course. We got a Quarry coming, a Star Pad coming, so Tacocake is now going to be in danger thanks to this Vulture, but not that much. Second one is over here
Single
too.
star pad, by the way. Limited gas mining. This looks more to me like a drop. Or he could be going straight for an ant seal for scouting because he's not even making anything else from the fulcrum. Maybe he just wants to expand, get that ant seal. Okay, he's
So I know you don't like a Cyclops, so you can't say it's nothing.
No, it's fine to drop with. Cyclops drop is fine.
Yes, yeah.
I just wish he'd drop Hurricanes instead.
Of course, of course.
Ooh, nice mine usage there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He's
Going
diving.
off the slow ones. I don't know why he couldn't just hit the front one. They're all the same.
No,
unit,
he's
but
diving
anyway.
straight in. He wants to just rip out the Quasis before they can really do anything.
Man.
Taco has nothing in production right now. 3 Quasis are coming in. He needs to be able to do something about this. He's going to burrow to avoid the pain, kind of call in.
It works.
Yeah, it works.
Because if they go after the bird, they have to get in a dangerous
Oh, yeah, that
spot.
one's
So,
a good one.
Look at
Okay,
that.
no worker
Yeah, decent
dying
micro.
yet. Let's see if that changes. And there the Quasis
got
are
it.
done. Oh, the mine!
If only it was a real mine. Imagine.
Dude, yeah.
But he does.
Dude, you should obviously show that a clip of that to the average Brood War player and be like, look,
be
he's
thinking,
laying
"Oh
the
my God,
mine!
he's
And,
about to
and
die."
then they just get stunned.
Yeah.
Like, the hell?
He didn't unburrow all that stuff. Look, that was pretty effective for Newt. He killed a lot of quads. He cost a lot of mining time, and they're not even going back now, which is a big mistake.
Yes,
But
for them,
I
yeah.
think Zerg is still doing fine here. Like I was saying, it's easy for Zerg to catch up in workers, so it's not necessarily a big deal that he's down 7 drones. But he does need to task those drones back. Are they still burrowed?
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
sure
God.
are,
Okay,
my
now
friend. They sure are.
It's like he killed 4 of them there.
I know,
this
yeah.
is really bad.
Yeah, how has he not
hidden
seen that?
spore.
Surely he should see that.
Preemptive Spore. He's actually positioned kind of well for the drop because his quasi's just hanging around his base. The Spore's not going to be super strong, but it will prevent any... drop, I say. No Trojan was made, actually.
Yeah, that's curious. It's just one star pad Wraith. Surely he's going to notice at some point. It must happen. It must happen at some point, surely.
Well, if the Wraiths come and harass and he burrows everything, then he'll feel like, oh, time to unburrow and fix it, right?
Oh, yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Palladium. Ooh.
Okay,
Ooh.
okay.
Is he going to get Madrigals here? I would be surprised to see it, but I do want to see it.
Yeah, it feels like people are very harsh on the Madrigal because it's fairly easy to focus down. But, if you only make one of them, then that's a problem. If you make a bunch, then not really, right?
They can do a lot of work versus Quasis. It's just there's a lot of investment. It's a lot of gas you're going to put in.
I feel like...
So people are a bit wary about
it. Is this round 2 of having the wrong game version or something? What's going on?
Could be. It's possible. Yeah, Tacocake with 500 minerals here. Maybe that's why I never unburrowed.
Yeah, I think this is a fraud. What game
Can
version?
you all
Why do they play on
report the
different
game version properly, please?
Come on, bros. Gotta help a homie out. So it was. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, let's see. I'm looking back at the veto here. Let's see. Derelict 2. I guess I don't have any information about the game version. You goobers.
Well, again, we tried one earlier, I think.
Yeah,
What we have.
Because
Played my desyncs today. Well, you know what? It's better to have a desync in the replay than a desync in the game.
That's right. That's right. Let's see here. Looking back at the, we'll take a look at Newt. I blame him. He's the one who sent the replays. Let's see.
He won game 1, therefore he's the villain. Look, the underdog is always the hero, so Newt's definitely the villain. In
Yeah,
this series,
I guess
so.
that does make
Damn
sense.
it, Newt.
So let me take a look
this
at this. This was April 25th was when they played. And if I try to track that down to the game update on the 25th of April, let's see. Release was updated on the 24th. So I should update to the latest version instead of the one we were watching on Hupsaiya versus Shambler. And we'll just go ahead and try to fast forward our way back to that location and see if we see anything wrong. Of course, Neblime won't see anything because I'm not streaming yet.
Yeah, come on, man. Why are you going to do this to me?
It's good. I only just got into the replay. It's fine. All right, let's fast forward until we get to that point where the workers unburrow or not. That'll be our litmus test here.
Right. I mean, he may still have left those burrowed. Just say it's still possible.
It is still quite possible, yeah. But, that'll be a good opportunity initially. We'll just wait on it. All right, there's the vulture stuff. Okay, it looks like, yeah, he indeed did unburrow them all. Except for, no, okay, yeah, he unburrowed them all. This is this one over here, but that's it. All right, we're back into it, boys. No problems whatsoever, of course. Flawless. I'll just edit it out. Don't worry. We'll get that in post.
Newt
Zerg
says,
Shambler.
Yeah, nice. Even when it's not his series, he's winning. Newt says he did have to relaunch after a crash, so they probably inadvertently ended up patching at that time.
Yes, that sounds
people
about right.
know,
That sounds about right.
in the launcher, you can set it to current release instead of latest, and that will just keep what you have installed.
Yep.
And you can avoid this kind of situation that way.
Or just let me know.
Right.
Maybe they did. I don't know. I didn't see that.
Also an option, but I assume they weren't aware, because when you just restart and you're staying on latest, you're not going to notice.
Yeah. That's right.
All right.
We'll all get used to working with this software some way or another. Now, there's an anchor coming as well as the treasury. Palladium is still indeed going to start. Not that many combat units here for Tacocake. He wants to macro back up at some point. He does have the 2 hatch, but he doesn't have an expansion.
I think he lost more draw left in this timeline. I thought he had more.
No, this is about the same number, but he was, I don't know. Going for that defense,
anyway,
right?
I got a question that Sprafe is not that well positioned, but I guess if the Wraith number is low, it's not going to be a big deal. It's enough to ward off 1 port Wraith. Antseal coming up, though. And if you start coming in with a few Wraiths and an Antseal, just to pick off a draw if you're there, it can rack up pretty quickly.
Well, the Palladium is indeed complete. There's the Ovaleth to detect the Wraiths. And the Spraith coming in as well. It will be a Phalanx for Newt. His pick of the litter.
He's got to do something here, because his opponent's on 2 bases, right? Only 1 quarry so far, though. But he does need to get that low ground hatch soon enough.
Yeah, he's got to think about that expansion. But he's not even saturated in his main yet. So definitely operating on a low worker count here. Going for the den.
Okay, I like it. The thing is, it takes a long time for the Hatchros to come up, so you typically would start it before you hit saturation in one base, and it does make sense to sort of drone on one base for a bit longer before you actually take it, but I think the time has come when Newt's already expanded. I think you do want to do that. Now, he's going for a bit of a drop. Oh man, there's a lot of Wraiths out. Can 3 Wraiths and an Antseal beat 5 Quasis? I'm pretty sure they can.
Yeah, if you're stacked up correctly, and the Wraiths will end up spotting this, right? So that's another thing in favor of our Terran player. He's going to dive onto it, force the unload. All right, the Quasis are kind of interestingly spread there, so...
The overlap is just like, all right, I'm unloaded, but my mission's still on, right?
Yeah. You guys will rendezvous with me, right?
You'll climb up the cliffs.
My first time I ever saw the word rendezvous was when I was playing Bloodwake. Shout out if you know Bloodwake. It's a classic game.
I do not.
It's a game about
first time
boats,
for me
dude.
was playing a game a long time ago as a kid called Recoil. I don't know if you know that game.
Oh, no, I don't either. Well, unfortunately, I don't know anything about Quasis. There's no Quasis in there, right? They voided. They're gone. See ya.
They're not even dead. They're just gone. Their souls have been deleted.
Yes, atomized. Wow.
Not even atomized, man. There's nothing left.
Yeah.
What is he going to build?
He's thinking, another hatch.
Here.
Okay.
It's like the Carbot meme, where it's like the dog trying to settle down, you know?
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah, I can see that. We do have. We've got a lot of bio,
here.
dude. Whoa, Newt going bio tank?
Yeah. I think it makes sense because he's going to build up the Phalanx count over time, and he's sitting in a super defensive posture. It can handle Hydras, right? General mech units like Cyclops especially and Goliaths can't. Bio on its own can't really. I mean, Udalor Savants, but the Phalanxes can do huge damage. So he builds up a bunch of Maverick and stuff as a buffer, builds up a high count of Phalanx. He can do a lot here. Where is that anchor going?
That anchor is destined for here.
Cyclops drop, he says, but my own way. Who needs Trojan?
Yes, that's right. Amid the star pad, still drop with the anchor. Refuse to elaborate. Ovaleth coming out here now for Newt for Tacocake as he tries to gather his wits about him. He has no ground defenses or air defenses, in fact, at least just yet at the natural. He's going to see what he can do using the limited overhang that's still there, trying to channel his ability to pick up things and move them from A to B.
Well, that Circuit does still add a lot, despite the fact it doesn't fully cover the choke. If a fight happens, units will inevitably get in range of it. It does a lot. Azorki's on the way, and the kills are actually extremely effective here. I think I've said it on cards before. You wouldn't think they'd be good against Phalanxes, but somehow they are. Anyway, he's going to come forward and pick one off. That's a huge deal. Yep,
one of them does go down. It takes 4 Quasis with it. With the anchor here, that's obviously going to end up landing in range of the Circuit if he's not careful. So
now I see the strat, right? You fortify the position, then put the Phalanxes on. I like it. Even bought a Mason, he can build more. I would like to see more.
That's right.
Shaman would be a great addition to this as well, though.
Oh, no.
Has a vestry.
Oh, sniped out at the end there.
Right, so far so good for Tacocake. He's getting back to lists. On high ground, they can probably hit that anchor. I don't know. A lot of stacked defense, though, is not going to serve him that well against Phalanxes.
Atlas just got put down, and the Antseal's going to reveal the Circuit. That's going to be a ticking time bomb here in multiple ways. Way more ways than one, in fact.
Well, hang on. He is buying time for his Zorkis, but he hasn't saved any gas. I don't see... I guess he has Antseals here, so his are actually not going to be that good after all.
This is unironically an opportunity for Gorgorcores. There's not great anti-air here. But as the Mavericks counts get higher, that is going to be a little bit harder to pull off.
You need a lot of them, though, and I feel like it's already spent too much money on other things. No, don't do it! Oh, he absorbed both shots at once because they hit simultaneously. Interesting.
No, the damage will go over. It's just that's exactly the right number health. Yeah.
Yeah. About Gorgorcores, I think you're right, but you need a lot of them, and they're so expensive. He's getting skiths, and it's kind of the right zip code, but he's going to need even more of those.
Yes. I mean, hey, they're a little bit cheaper individually, but he's got so much gas in the bank, he could have afforded a bunch of Gorgs.
He's going to drop 2 units on it. No, the Ansel sees him. Yeah, if he had 8 Gorgs plus a bunch of whatever else, I'm still used to a decent choice. It would be doable, but I don't know if he has time. Gorgs are coming on the way. Gorg Skiff probably a decent combination. When there's no ATS splash except the Cyclops, I think they'll complement each other reasonably. But does he have time?
Yeah, that's the question.
This might be a mistake from Newt. Letting the circuits get some value here, actually.
Well, the Anseals are protecting them. Yeah, Tentacles can't hit up. Says who? Here it comes. So he's committing with. He doesn't have any real crowd control. The skits are getting zoned down immediately, and the Hydras.
He buys himself a bit of time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's losing a lot. The circuits though are getting some work in. If the Gorgors come out, could he clear these Mavericks? It looks possible, and then there'll be only Cyclops for the air. And you know what I think about Cyclops? He might just be able to do it.
One of them getting focused down. Another one. The Anseal's shielding so much. There's only one left, and the crowd control. Newt using the Cyclops to great advantage defeats Neblime's predictions.
Shut up
about the Cyclops. This game,
I don't think the Cyclops were that key there.
Newt wins the game, but the Cyclops wins the series. No,
the Cyclops wins nothing. He doesn't even get a participation trophy.
Look, you can see.
He's getting fired.
The Mason is kept alive.
Yeah, true. That's amazing. He does get all the keys here, but I think it's too late. I am wondering if this is sort of desyncing too, because he has a lot of minerals. But I think
honestly, no, this is not a desync. This is just him thinking, why is my opponent not GG?
I guess he can spend it on captaincies now. Doesn't want to lose that aid seal.
Oh, no.
Right, just take out naturals. So much as Zor use coming down, they're all stuck on each other. I mean, they're pretty good at this. They seem to be quite effective in this situation, but there's only a few of them with no support.
Oh, no, he's scooping him up with the Trojan. That's rude.
Nice move there. Very nice. And he doesn't even lose a single one, huh?
Yeah, GG's called. Tacocake does not have the wherewithal, does not have the capability. The contain turning into a siege. Newt going up to match point.
Yeah, we see the Shambler survived that round. He's still in the main base.
That's right, that's right. Well, you know what that means, boys. We could be staring at a 3-0 just like you predicted there. Tacocake has to find a way to, dig deep and figure it out. Does he want to just, eliminate Newt before long? We're going to Axiom for the next game.
It is actually quite effective sometimes to just send the early pool. Even if you don't actually win the game, you can do enough damage or distraction to still be in the game. So I don't know if we'll see him go for that.
Yeah, it could be. I'm very interested. Newt in the bottom left, Tacocake in the top right. I want to see what else he's got stored. Surely Tacocake won't go out like this.
We have seen Biddy B do it against Newt with the 7 pool, and it does seem effective. Even over a long period of time, you just get a lot of harassment and stuff done with the early Zephs. So I don't think it's a no-go, but look at this.
Oh my god.
He's going to go for a proxy fulcrum, it looks like. One a scout, one a proxy, or is he going to get 2? I don't see how you can afford 2, surely.
Well, let's see. He hasn't pulled off the workers after the gas. Okay, he's thinking about it now? It's a fulcrum at home, and it must be a proxy something else.
Well, it's way too early then. What the hell can he afford? It's going to be chill. It'll be star pads, I guess. What else are you doing here? But surely, he could have sent these a little later.
Okay, I know what this is. He's going to move a vulture here with an anchor. That's my prediction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Still, did he have to send him that early?
I don't know.
He's losing a lot of mining time.
Yeah, he doesn't have any money to even start something here. And I guess the other Mason can become a scout, but what else is he going to plan
on? This says to me, he didn't specifically prepare this. He's just like, things are going well. Time to pull the cheese lever.
Okay, but hear me out. Move him here.
Yeah, of course. That'll be fine. Still slightly worse than keeping in your main.
Yeah, it is. But, at least it's not as worse. Let's see.
I guess. Okay, you can afford it now. I want to see the anchor. I mean, it sort of makes sense. If you have 2 Masons, you bring them both. I guess that could be a thing. But is he going to bring 2 anchors? Is that his plan here? Stockade going down. Ooh.
Okay.
Arakan. please, Hurricanes. They're a great unit.
That's right,
The
Neblime's
best
favorite
units,
unit.
let's say.
He can't even make them unless he infests Newt's stockade if there's a rematch.
If I play him again, I'll try and do it.
You know
I
what you
swear to
could
God.
do,
I have
though?
played a
You
game.
could infest the Treasury or the Ministry on Derelict if you wanted to. That would be another option.
I have played a game against Newt where, I think it was Newt, or someone else, where I did infest and build some stockades and started dropping Hurricanes on him.
Of course.
I mean, dropping Hurricanes is just the best strategy, man. I'll do it as any race.
All right, well, Droleth will scout the Vulture. It's much later than normal. Tacocake will already have his Quasis up by this time.
And this is what I was saying about the Vulture opening, right? It's really good just because you did completely deny scouting, and the only thing Zerg can do is try and be tricky and send the Droleth around the side. There's no other recourse. Now, he made a lot more quads this time, immediately going up to 8, which I think is actually a good choice any time against Fulcrum, because you can just really force the Vultures to respect you and leave. Now, look, he's going to try and run in, but he's a bit late.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't lose it. No reaction for Tacocake, though.
Yeah, he's standing tall. He's like, yeah, there's no way. All right, we are going to see multiple anchors elevated over to give Newt a little bit of flight to his boys. I like the burrow.
love to see him
Tacocake definitely
make
been using burrow to a great success in this series.
Yeah. Very handy. I would like to see him make like 3 or 4 anchors and send in, but no, instead he's going to bring these in. I do like that too, actually. Again, if only he makes the right unit from them. But we'll see. Only bring one Mason, unfortunately. The other one left behind. Newt gonna go in this little corner here. Is Taco gonna see it?
I don't know. Where are they going? No, this is in the blind spot. This is in the blind spot. Tacocake has no idea. Both of them in the blind spot, but is that going to be enough? It looks like he issued a move command at the end there.
He's gonna wait to land the.
I know. I think when he moved to land this one, it was enough. Now he's gonna focus down
the anchor in.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Time. Oh man,
this is a very expensive loss here. He's losing both of his stockades. Okay, the stim pack comes in.
Taco can't lose his nerve. He has to keep that Mav count down. He will do. And I think he'll be able to camp this pretty easy with the quads that are about to come out. Yeah.
The spread damage there at the end there definitely sabotaging Newt a little bit.
Dude, if he landed that anchor immediately instead of hesitating, I think it would have been fine. He would have been able to hold those quads off. I mean, the fact it got spotted so fast means it probably still wouldn't have worked, but at least he would have got a better trade out of it. Now it's like, okay, he has all his production in here except the Fulcrum. That said, Vultures are coming across the map. He lifts off, though. Honestly, maybe a big mistake. If he kept them landed and keep these quads distracted, the Vultures could run into big damage. But as it is, Tacocake is like, okay, I'll go back to my ramp. And the Sorkis is coming up so fast this game.
Oh, yeah, man. Maybe we see Gorgorcors again real fast. Not so sure.
Oh, man, he's building another anchor. He's not done.
Yeah, well, you can throw your Vultures into that after you trade over here with the Quasis.
Dude, Taco's ahead on workers. That is not good for Terran.
Yeah, there's no quarry back here.
And he did cut a bit for this. Now he's going home. Starpack coming up. He's going to do it again. He's just going to, well, it didn't work the first time. Let's just try again. Queuing them up.
Oh, Newt. What a guy. He's having some fun here. Taco going to take an expansion. Oh, or is he? Builds too many units elsewhere.
Yeah. I don't like taking the expansion with the Zorkis, to be honest, because you're investing way too much, not enough into Drolefs. That said, Drolef count not bad for one base already, so I think taking expansion would be good, but if he's going to go for the Zorkis, I think you just commit to that. I don't think you try and do everything at once here. Okay, I think I've played a game with Newt where he did almost this exact thing, actually. He's not even going to, what do you call it? Not even going to lift in again, I don't think. He's going to set up this position, possibly for, like, Shaman outpost for Wraiths and that kind of thing.
Okay.
Later in the game, it could be important, but up until then... Okay, no, I'm wrong. He's just going for a Trojan.
I'm going to say a drop does make some sense here.
But there's already a circuit built. I mean, it's not very well positioned, to be fair, but it will help.
Newt, what are you planning?
Like it's quite hard if there's just a circuit anywhere around. It makes the drop a lot more complicated. Oh, yes, he's making them. The Hurricanes are on the way. He can absolutely destroy that circuit by dropping that on them.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, you could say that about anything, right? Ahmed counters everything.
Anything. You know, Penumbra, Archon, just name a unit. You can totally just out-overwhelm.
What are you going to do, Neblime, when we release, like, an Ahmed campaign? And then, like...
Oh my god. I'm going to make it myself, goddammit.
There it is. There it is. Well,
no, we've already got trenches, though. You could call that the Archon campaign, because it's hard, man.
Hardman is a pretty cool guy. There is also Flame Man who tries to be
like I reckon. So, this drop is actually going to be so dangerous. There's no units back here. The Vultures, I assume, are out for map control. Oh, look at that. The Force is in some random ass location. Has to come back. Already got a bunch of workers and denying mine time, but the drop is on the way. He's getting another one. You know what? This is how I want to play Terra, man. I love it. Just drop the Hurricanes and the Mavericks in. He's going to do so much damage. At the same time, Tacocake getting destroyed at home. He's going to clean this up, but how much damage will he do in return? Is Tacocake going to spot it? He has some stack defense, which, like I said, will help a lot. Does he see it? He pulls some drones, but if he's just transferring... Okay, he does pull them away.
All right, the stim pack is in. He's going to burn down that anti-air defense and now move a little bit closer. The anchor cannot land. It cannot land on the Kagra. It's got to move off to the right side there, and the Circuit is already dead. All back at home. The drop was cleaned up, it looks like. No, actually, all 6 of them survived.
Loose the quad.
That's crazy.
Oh, Zoryus. Not that good against Hurricanes, but in general, pretty strong to clean this up.
Yeah, he needs to jump into that anchor. Otherwise, he's really going to be toast.
Man, look how many Willow there are, though. That anchor ain't going to help.
I thought maybe he could lift off or something and get out, but no, it doesn't look like it. One surviving man.
Well,
dies.
The game will go on. Tacocake will resaturate here, and Newt will go back and, you know, crawl back home and get mining again. I think Tacocake's looking pretty good, though.
This is a crazy game. This is not at all how we normally see this matchup play out. But here we go, the mass migration.
I kind of wish he just stayed there and like fortified this and built like a second base. So like he loses his main, but it's like this isn't over. Do you think that's all I had?
Yeah. You have not even begun to see my power. He could have moved those workers onto here again, but you know.
I would love to see him just drop on that Cyclops. I was going to do it because that Cyclops is a pretty good pick here, and it's pretty squishy. He does get it. Very nice. Only costed 2 quads. That's a great deal.
Listen, on the new patch where they have plus 5 HP, that wouldn't have happened.
It still would have happened, man. It still would have happened. All right, Tacocake droning up a little more. And you know what? Having the Zoryus out here is actually a huge asset. Being able to make those Zorkis units is such an advantage. Oh my god, he has so many really red still.
Yeah, he's keeping them alive.
If you can escort those across the map, that could be really dangerous. Cyclops will do decent against them. And they do need a pretty good engage, but they can sort of crawl over other units a lot more easily. Man, I wonder if he could just attack with those Zoryus right now. They're pretty tough.
Yeah, remember, you can't get your... Oh, he's sending them out to die. That's...
No, the babies.
Oh, my God. They need mommy to feed them or whatever. You can't just fucking throw them around. They just die.
Right.
Eye roll. Fast eye roll.
Oh,
okay.
my God. I wasn't looking at his resources. I could not believe he could afford that already. What?
Yeah.
After everything that happened.
Yeah, his gas was never really harassed, and now he's set up this, you know, so he's got 2 base mining. Right. Dude, Taco looking pretty good right now.
He was making Zoryus only. But I'm not going to lie, I'm looking at this and I'm learning. I'm thinking, wait a minute, should I stop making Hydras and just start making more and more Zoryus against Terran at least? Could be.
Hey, you know what? We might not need to worry about that depending on what Newt does in this lower bracket here.
Yeah.
You know, Tacocake completes the reverse sweep right here and now. I think Newt maybe thought this series was over. He's like, yeah, these first 2 games were easy. Well, this one not so much. Didn't end up going the way he envisioned.
I am wondering, do I have to face Newt again? Is he going to claw his way up the bracket? Because he's the last Terran. If he's eliminated, it's quite convenient for me because I can stop worrying about Terran.
Yeah. Whole matchup becomes a lot easier. Ooh, cancels the ski back. He realizes, yeah, my eye roll's almost done.
He's like, wait a minute, I don't have to.
I could just go for Tethvith. I saw that in that impetus match against Hamster, you did go ski back and then Tethvith after. So it's kind of painful when Zerg has to do that, right?
I did need the Skiffer Claws, but as I said to you earlier, going for tier 2 at all was a mistake. Honestly,
very different matchup for sure. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you know, mass skiff can still do work here. I think against any race, if you just kind of show up with like 18 skiffs and hit the mineral lines, it's like, holy shit, I'm gonna die. You know?
Right? Yeah, no kidding. Well, the look at this. This is a curious attempt at a drop. He scoops up 1 quasi. The Trojan out here does an advanced scout for that drop. Funnily enough.
Yeah, that's really smart because he's not using it for anything else. He might as well get that air vision there, right? And if something like Skiff shows up, you don't mind losing the Trojan that much. That one's empty, isn't it, right? So that's just a scout as well.
Yeah, it is.
Well, dude, that is a formidable army.
There's not great damage with it. It's mostly Zoryus, but hey, I don't mind it.
Yeah, but the Terran will create the damage by making
Tetzoracors. We have not seen the Tetzoracor in a very long time.
Indeed, we have not. I think it's mostly because the kind of compositions everyone's going for are pretty good against it. He's trying to pretend he's going to drop, but Tacocake's too smart. He's not going to pull. Magical coming out. That is not the unit versus the Tetzoracor. Once you get a bunch of Seraphs or something, it could be, but not without any assistance. The Phalanx will do decently, but the Tetzoracors are going to get in your face, and that splash is going to happen.
Dude, I mean, listen, army, counterpoint. Madrigal deploys, and the Trojan picks it up.
Okay, then what? It still does no damage.
It flies into the base.
Oh, right. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But what year do you think this is, Throneroom? It's going to take like 10 minutes to kill any workers.
Nah, dude, it's super good.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, if I don't see anything in this army that can possibly deal with Tetzoracors, dude. They're just going to...
Yeah, there's no Hurricanes, right? No armor end.
Yeah. If Tacocake pulls the trigger anyway, we'll have to see if he does that. He's coming across. At the same time, the counter drop could be spooky.
It could be, but it's caught by this one Zeth on the side, and I don't know. Okay, like, does Newt even realize that Tacocake didn't realize, right? Like, that's the thing.
I mean,
you can't
even if
know.
he gets all the draw lefts, I think it might still be pretty good for Taco if he just attacks. That's a big force, man.
Yeah, macroing up pretty hard here. The man who's normally very aggressive ends up aggressively teching instead.
No tier 2 for Sentinels, which would be one way to hold this, but even just the Zoryus alone looks so scary here, man. How do you deal with that? The mines are going to be good, but there's just so much. Oh, is he going to do it, though?
All right, listen, this is a lot of Mavericks, so what can you do to hold against that? There's not really much in production right now. Does Tacocake lose his nerve and go back home? It doesn't look like it just yet, but...
Ooh, nice pickup. Just gets a bunch of draw lefts and leaves. I like it. Yeah, it looks like Taco is not going to go home. I mean, more Mavericks have been produced, right? They're not the worst unit against Tefs. They're just one of the worst. So...
Well, the one phalanx could be pretty big here. Only one of the mines actually hitting. Magical shots going haywire, but mine! He stood on his own mine! The Brood War lesson not carrying through.
The Tefs are getting beaten up here. So many Mavericks doing a lot, but there's so many Hydras and Doilies behind this. It might not even matter. The Tefs doing enough to tank. The Magicals and Balance are still active, though, doing so much
damage. No, another one! Another stray mine goes the way of Taco, stuns everything, and he can start focusing down those Madrigals. His army was able to keep it up for most of that. Sure, you got these Mavericks back here, but does it even matter? You don't have a base.
GG.
There you go.
Man. Who placed those mines? Is that Vulture invested?
I don't know, man. That's pretty legit. Tacocake getting on the board. Newt can't take his foot off the gas pedal like that.
Yeah, very nice play by Taco there. Devastating damage from that counter drop, but it only happened because Taco was in position for the kill. So well done there, showing us that Zoryus are a pretty good unit, man.
Yeah, man. I am looking forward to it. We are going to Impetus. Will this be where Newt closes it out? He is in the bottom left. Tacocake, on the other hand, fighting to continue his dreams, top right.
Dude, if Tacocake comes back, that would be crazy.
It would be absurd. Absolutely unbelievable.
You literally at 10 times the APM right now. Is he like furiously spamming like, I can't believe I lost that game? Or is he just, you know...
What's funny is that even that game, it could have gone his way if it weren't for those goddamn mines, friendly fire.
Possibly. I mean, it's hard to see Terran holding, but definitely would have made a huge difference. And, you know, the Magicals were doing some damage, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, when he had like 4 of them up and running at the same time, you imagine if he still has like a Trojan at home to like airlift the ones on the front to go back to a more safer position, that would have also made a big difference.
Well,
but
say the whole drop is at home. I mean, the problem is if the drop is at home, then he's not doing the counter damage. He's still in a tough spot. But all those Mavericks, I don't know.
It could have helped, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were both kind of quick to discount the Maverick and the Madrigal in that fight, where we were both like, yeah, I don't know if it's really going to help versus the Teth in particular. Like, I was thinking, use it for the drop instead of worrying about trying to use it for defense, because this army's just going to deal with it. But actually, it ended up doing a lot of damage. Now, the one thing is that there wasn't really that much crowd control there, so as the Zoryus got hit, they all spawned really row cores, which increased the targeting, delay for the next salvo of Madrigals, right? And so that probably hurt it the longer the fight went on. And there's only the one Phalanx, right? So I feel like if there had been, say, 3 Madrigals, 2 Phalanx, instead of 4 Madrigals, 1 Phalanx, that also could have helped. I don't know, it was very thin margins the way Tacocake was able to actually push through there. But he did indeed push through there, right? And so now, feeling a little bit different. He does end up going for the hatch into pool, like you were mentioning. So, very quick. I think that would have been 10-9.
So, yeah, it looks like it based on the drone count. Both players declining to pick Titan Forge. I can't believe it.
Yeah, no kidding. Neither one of them wants to brave that area.
This one goes Tacocake's way. Now, look at that. His scout gets all the way across. He sent it fairly early here, but, I mean, still just gets the same intel. Oh, it's a vulture killing my draw left.
Yes.
Isn't that fun? But I think the cores will be out pretty much in time here. I don't think he's going to get any harass done. Is he going to make all 8 again? I really think you always make 8, and if you think your opponent's going double Fulcrum, you can hang it defensively, but if not, you just move across, and Terran has to respond. Now, here we go. Double Star Pad. It worked pretty well before. Is Tacocake going to be able to scout? He's mining gas this time, but he needs to be mining with 2. I'd love to see that overlap come out. I think it's a very good option. Here comes the Vulture, but it's playing with its life right now, doesn't it realize? Ooh,
He wants to try to camp these eggs, but little does he know those are not quasis.
You know, if you get a mine to go off on the right frame, you can stop it from ever hatching.
Oh, is it like a bug?
It's stuck. Yeah, I reported it before. Yeah, still forgotten.
Like it just doesn't unstun and then continue production. I think maybe I fixed that.
But then it's just stuck at like 100% egg and doesn't ever finish.
Oh, okay.
So it's like killing it in a way.
Yeah, I think I have already fixed that then, but maybe not.
Oh, okay.
We'll see.
Still could be a strat.
Bug abuse. Listen, I fixed this issue. It's not fixed on release yet, but Hupsaiya said he was playing against Newt, and Newt was using the bug where you can see the rally point over a unit that's in the fog. And he's like, yeah, Proto hasn't fixed it yet, so I'm still using it. And Hupsaiya started getting real mad. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. It's fixed now, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, not on release, but on pre.
Ah, on pre? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because honestly, it plagued me a lot when I was playing Zerg for the first time before I switched to Terran. It was really annoying when I was trying to scout around with a Drolev and borrow it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he found me again.
So what happened is I fixed the display on release a long time ago, but the rally was still there. So if you didn't change it after, the unit would still go there. So that's basically the problem. So now I actually clear the rally if it's targeted on a unit that you lose vision on. So anyway, the Wraith is coming on in from the mid-right there, and there's only two of them. There is a Spraith already done, Larvask up.
Yeah.
He's actually leaving this unmade so that he can move it with the Ovoleth and if need be.
You could turn into a Spraith instead, honestly, I think would be a good move. I don't like going to the low ground in the situation. You see the Wraiths and you go, I think camping on one base, getting the Hydra, getting the Spraiths is way better. Now, he's going to try it, though. He has a lot of quads, but as we saw last time on Purgatory, it doesn't really matter how many quads you have after a certain point. Still love to see that made into a Spraith. I don't think the Circuit is what you want.
Well, I don't know if he realizes that it's a pure committal into Wraiths just yet, but it is.
Yeah.
We can see that here. He doesn't really have anything on the other side of the map, so it's just pure intuition going to 3 hatch on one base.
Man, imagine if that was a Spraith right now. What did I say, huh?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Newt's going to fix his mistake so he can turn it into a Spraith.
That's it. Taco should help him.
Can't even do anything about this. You can't even stop them. Oh.
Yeah, they're up to 6 now. They will one-shot Quasis. Dangerous position here for Taco.
Maybe he could load the Overleft and like chase them with it and unload it. Yeah, he's going to take that out. Well, he could have picked it up with the Overleft and saved it, but he's going to lose it. Yeah, I think when you see this, I mean, this is the thing, right? He got the Spraith, but he was playing blind. He didn't actually know the star pad count. But when you're up against 2 star pads, you just got to immediately cover your base with Spraith and just wait till you get the Hydra out. Because as you can see, Tacocake knows now he can't even engage with the Quasi, but the Hydra Den is out on its own. Only 1 Spraith ever got made. Can he keep this alive?
The Ovoleth going across the map might be a feint. At the very least, maybe Newt will pull some of the reinforcement rates and delay it. I'm not sure. There's nothing in it, so I know it's a feint. He's going for the Zorkiz immediately.
Yeah, Zorkiz is not an option here, man. Wraiths kill everything with the Zorkiz. I don't know if he's still thinking the old Gorgon Core exists or what. But he's trying to get in with the quads, does a little bit of damage. Ooh, is he going to get one? Nope.
Not quite. Pulls away.
Yeah. Alright, the Hydra is done. Where are the Hydralisks, man? Where are the Hydralisks?
Yeah, Palladium coming here and more bio follow-up as well. The lovely sound of Cyclops slowly but surely executing this Ovoleth. And the Shaman even gets spotted as well.
Cyclops can't do it on their own. Yeah, Scout confirms that he's sort of committing more and more to Wraiths, but I mean, I feel like he's already in this situation where he should know that. He's getting the defenses up now, but he did take a bit of losses, and still no Hydralists. I'm worried he's saving for like some big spend on Gorgon Cores or something.
6 Hydras coming now.
Okay, phew. I was worrying that Zorka was going to finish. He was going to make something silly like that, but Hydras are going to be good. I would like to see Skiffs. I think you have to get Skiffs when your opponent's committing this hard. Hydras are fine, but it's going to be hard to deal with the stack, especially once Ancials come out.
Remember, the Shaman's in, so he can and will use that magic boxing technique, and he's starting to pick on Hydras. Dude, he's got enough to critically kill 1 Hydra at a time.
Well, Newt told us the other time that he actually uses mines, so I don't think he needs the Shaman. I assume he had mines at home.
He's got 2, but
yeah.
I'm not
He
so
probably
sure.
was using those up until now.
You tried to reproduce that and said that you couldn't, so it doesn't.
Oh, I didn't know how to do it. Newt educated me. You have to shift at it to the group. You can't just box it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, that's a more bug abuse from Newt Classic.
Damn! How dare you,
Oh.
dude? I think this game is all but over. He's gonna come in, and like the quads just cannot hold up to this. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, Zoyas are gonna help. But what is the anti-air? There's like a few Hydras. There's no Spraith covering the ram, which is really a key location you need to hold. Even if he holds, Newt's getting this expansion. Look at that, he's going to immediately start taking the Zoyus, although it's kind of helping Zoe on the way, but he's going to kill it home.
Yeah, when you kill it like that and you only get 2 brood spawn out of it, one of them gets killed anyway, that's no good.
Like, his Cyclops is going to do so much more damage to the Quasis. They were already going to have a bad day against the Wraiths. Like I said, only a few Hydras. Really need to just dedicate completely to Hydras. He's making the Kizalis. I don't think he realizes how much Wraith pressure he's under here. I think he's thinking the Wraiths were just a little, harass
side.
Yeah,
avenue,
there's
but
16
really
of
they're,
them
the
right
main
now.
force. Yeah. I mean, Newt has stopped making them, to be fair, but this is still a huge threat. Okay, he could kind of just kill his whole army.
Yeah, anything that gets set aside by the classic BW pathing is obviously not going to work out too well. It's just going to get picked off at the extremities. Mason up here in the top left just to scout.
Like I said, imagine if that one circuit he made was a spray.
I know, the
This
whole
game would be
game
so
is
different. He'd be doing so well. Alright, well, the kiss will stop him from dying anyway until an instant gets made. Like, there's no way Terran can get in here. Look, it's even revealing. That's kind of cool, I guess. But, oh, another egg!
Yeah, okay, the Zorius hatches. Trying to push him back.
Free Yellow Ochre, I guess? Oh, that's not free.
Not free at all.
Phalanxes, I hear. Oh my god. This siege is going to be unbreakable. I mean, it's still possible with a huge number of skiffs, because you can dodge the Cyclops a bit, but how is he going to afford that many skiff on one base? He's getting backdoors, which are decent. I don't mind them, but it's not going to be the overwhelming option he needs. More eggs just getting slaughtered here.
Well, he's canceling them at the very least, so...
Not that one, he's not.
Yeah. The egg
it was a
sound
larva.
is... Yeah,
Oh,
he
I
goes back
see,
into
I
a
see.
larva. He
Well,
was
that's
timing
pretty
it out
close
pretty
then.
well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's saving his minerals. I guess he's our only Zoryu speaker. You know what? There is a thing here that with so many Zoryus, they can sort of overwhelm the ground force, and then the backdoors just have their fight for the race. Look how he loses the Hatteras.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal.
Newt still doesn't know about those Lakizzlers. Maybe he'll run in and take a lot of damage, and that'll give him the option.
I don't think so.
Oh, no. Maybe he does know. Oh.
Let's
There you go, he's
see.
going to come down.
Lakers
Probably
need to
swinging
move
this
forward if he
weekend.
wants to use those spines onto the rest of the forces, but yeah, no,
Oh,
they're
they're
just going to
good,
get
man.
sniped. That must be heartbreaking for Taco. Boxed in, the Wraith contain, plenty of ground forces here as well. Now he's going to see what he can do, but again, no Lakizzlus. Sure, you can use the mines against your opponent, but I don't think it's going to go exactly like it did in game number 3. Tacocake,
Yeah,
he's up against the wall. Oh
Ooh,
no,
the
huge
mines,
stuns.
Imagine if he had like 10 skiffs, he could have just killed all the waves, but alas.
Even then,
Full
I feel
force
like the
back
ground
again.
force is more than enough at this point, but
True. But at least the moral victory of being like, yeah, I dealt with the race stack.
That's
But he's
right.
not dealing with the race stack. He's not dealing with anything today. I think it's just a matter of when Newt decides that he can kill him, and he will. Even with high ground backdoors, I think
dude, he's going up to a third base right now. Newt is definitely trying to, look like a stronger player, grabbing tier 2. He's like, sure, I conceded a silly cheese game against you, Taco, but I am the better player. That's what Newt's trying to say right now, and feels bad for Taco, man. He impressive for him to get into the throne room to begin with, and he was able to do one game against Hamster that looked pretty good on this very map. Now he comes against Newt after fighting back, making it so that Newt can't just walk over him, so to speak, but that's all he's going to have in the playoffs. The one win, it looks like, unless he can do something absolutely miraculous, and I think Newt would have to really throw.
Well, those Zoryus are really hard to chew through, but he just doesn't have any.
There's no anti-air, yeah. There's nothing. He's picked
Then
off
he
all the
wants to make
backdills.
Like a human pyramid or something to reach up there.
Yeah.
A human pyramid? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, here they go. They're gonna go out in their last blaze of glory, or are they?
No, they're not.
Decisive again. Wraith's just doing so much damage. Zeph's here. Making Zeph's is just like cruel.
I know. Listen, the Wraiths have not actually suffered any losses. There's so much out here with all the bio, all the Cyclops, all the Phalanxes. We get one last
Just
glorious
even
shot,
telling you,
and look at it. GG called. Tacocake is.
It doesn't have any
going to be-
kills, dude. It sucks.
What are you talking about, dude?
Tacocake
Dealt
gives the good
50
luck.
damage.
50 damage, yeah, okay, what's that? Look at one of those wraiths, man. Look at one of those wraiths.
Sorry, I could not hear you. I was going through a
Wow,
tunnel.
wow. I'm sorry, Commander, your signal's breaking up. That's you right
I'll
now.
try to reestablish contact later.
Yeah.
Wow.
No-go when I'm trying to tell him about Cyclops.
It is going to be Newt moving on, and I gotta say, man, even though that series was a little bit more one-sided, I gotta hand it to Taco for making it that far, and I gotta say that Newt does seem like he's bounced back a little bit with regards to the defeat that he had versus you. He's proving that Zerg is not necessarily a problem, and he's maybe buying himself a bit more time. But now he's got to go up against Protoss. He'll be facing Hupsaiya in the lower bracket. And that is a tough one, man. I feel like that's actually going to be quite difficult for both players, but I think Hupsaiya can and probably will rely on his winning victory versus Newt in terms of their past. So I'm not so sure. Like, he's definitely not out of the woods. It only gets harder from here if you're from Newt's POV, but he is the last Terran hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the Wraith is Newt's deadly weapon, as we saw in games against me as well, right? And even against, I believe it's Hamster we saw. I don't remember which Protoss, actually. He used them to pretty good effect as well. No, it wasn't Hamster.
It would have been 3 Crow
Never
and
mind.
Battlements, probably.
He likes Wraiths. Let's
Yes.
just leave it at that.
Yes, he does.
and he uses them well. So there's definitely potential there. And who will his opponent be? Do we know?
His opponent is Hupsaiya in the lower
Right.
bracket.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Hupsaiya is pretty formidable. I think it's going to be a close one, actually. I know Newt's pretty good, too. That one, I have to say, is probably the closest series we'll have had yet.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, we can take a look at the lower bracket on the stream so that everybody can see what the complexion is here. The results are in. Newt 3-1 over Tacocake. He tries to make it cheesy at the end. It didn't end up working out, but the other games were, I think, he definitely, especially that last one, just looked brutal. And the first one to open up with as well felt like back on the Purgatory, Tacocake caught unawares about how to deal with the Wraiths once they actually get up. He was able to stymie Top Ramen in battlements, but that was before the Wraiths actually came to play, so to speak. So Newt really putting on a Wraith Masterclass. I'm not so sure he'll be able to do the same thing against Hupsaiya, but I could imagine the tilt happen at the very least. The typing, or the Hupsaiya equivalent of typing, which is with him just yelling into his chat.
Yeah.
I feel like that could work. And I will say, we bag on Hupsaiya sometimes for the yelling and the sort of streamer rage, but I think he also lives in that environment so much that it's not really a problem for him. Like, I always overestimate the impact when somebody starts typing or somebody starts yelling. It turns out, actually, the people who do that most often are also used to it and can reset after that. So, I don't know.
Well, it makes me wonder, even if he gets eliminated, is it just like a win because it's like, well, that's content for the stream, right? Is that the philosophy?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, let's give a shout out before we get into this to Taco for getting into Acropolis. Really, really scrappy style we've seen from him. Hey, we saw him steal that win from Newt, so definitely a formidable player. I look forward to seeing him next time. And GeneralAnakin, of course, unfortunately not able to play, but pulled some really sick stuff to get into Throneroom, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Really awesome place for him.
Yeah, I wanted to see him against some of these higher tier players a little bit more, because I definitely think he pushed Hupsaiya in that derelict match, and I think there's a strong argument to make that versus Art of Turtle, he would have at least had some stylistic matchup in his favor, because I think Art of Turtle, his weakness so far in that ZVP matchup has been the early game. That's where Shambler took advantage of him, and that's also where Hupsaiya found some of his best, advantages, even if he didn't win the game as fast as Shambler did in that particular head-to-head. The matchup still seems to be something that Art of Turtle is struggling to figure out as far as when is it safe to move out or to do this or to do that, and what is the game plan early on. And that's something that obviously the series that you played against Hamster that I casted earlier just today can be a nice reference point, I think, for a lot of Zerg players who are trying to figure out how to deal with maybe that sort of gateway opener. I'm thinking about the one base style that you do to get to Hydrith before you even think about your expansion versus a gateway style. That might be something to think about for some of these Zerg players. But GeneralAnakin, on the other hand, one of his saving graces, one of his significant strengths was that early game. So it is a little bit of a shame that we won't see him here. And of course, for Tacocake, it's also always sad to say goodbye to anybody, especially a new face who's jumped in and looks like Tacocake does. I mean, what a picture. So, happy to have him here. And it's definitely something that I hope he sticks around. I hope him and his brother, I think it's Vicious Box is his brother's username. I hope that they play in the next tournament, and maybe they can both get in. We'll have lots of family relations happening. So.
That's right, brother against brother here in Acropolis. Could have been, but Herbmon didn't join over for Grunch to
I know.
earlier.
Could have been big. So. Oh.
All right, so that leaves us then with our new matchups. Like I said, we've got Newt vs. Hupsaiya.
That's right. You got Hamster versus Art of Turtle as well on the other side.
AOT. That's gonna be a pretty interesting one too. I don't know what to expect because AOT is looking pretty strong, but you gotta give Hamster credit as the second place last time, right?
Yep.
That I think he'll be able to take him, but I don't want to be too confident in predictions. I'm gonna leave that one up in the air.
Okay. Well, I'll say that my predictions would be Hupsaiya 3-2 over Newt. Could be 3-1 or 3-2. I think Newt has a real punchless chance there, but I do think Hupsaiya will reign supreme. But you can't count Newt out. I mean, he is a Terran player, the only Terran player we have. Hupsaiya maybe not be getting a lot of practice against mech-style Terran in particular. He's been playing against EUD a little bit, and he likes to go bio sometimes. So that's a very different style. They're very different players anyway. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, I'm going to say Hamster 3-0 or 3-1 Art of Turtle. I don't actually know that. Even though AOT has some really good macro skills, and he's definitely a more experienced Brood War player, Hamster's just been here for so long, so I will give him the advantage in that matchup. And if that were the case, then we would see the two H's, Hup and Hamster, in Elimination 3 to decide who makes it into the lower final.
Nice.
That's like a stylistic matchup too, where they clash twice in Ascension 7. Hupsaiya initially getting the better of him, and then Hamster fighting back as Zerg, of course, with a 3-0 sweep in the lower bracket to make bring him into Elimination 3. So
is Hamster trying to do the comeback again? Will it be the same thing?
I know.
Or he has to go all the way and then face me again, I wonder.
Oh man, he's a formidable opponent. And I still think there's like, it's so strange because if you really narrow the gaze and think about Hamster specifically, like, what is he the best at? And I feel like the thing that he is best at is like sticking to a game plan, even if it's not the most efficient game plan. He almost always sees it through. And I think the nuance to that point is that it's really interesting because if you look at macro, like there's players who play better macro than him. If you look at micro, there's players who micro better than him. But it's like something about the overall coalescing of all of the things Hamster does that like gives him so much potential for success in messy games that will eventually go his way. And that's really what interests me is like, how's he gonna do it this time? Because he's been knocked out in the quarterfinals before and made it all the way. So I feel like there's no counting him out. He could definitely make it happen.
Yeah.
I feel like right now in the mirror, Hupsaiya is more tested. I feel like even Art of Turtle might have more practice than Hamster recently, and they did practice against each other earlier as well before the matchup that Hamster played versus you. So that's another thing because they were both going up against each other's race. So they're like, hey, let's practice, right? Because AOT still thought he was going to be playing against GeneralAnakin. So they did get some practice against each other. So they'll probably have some idea of what the other person did. And of course, they've got the matches to fall back on, which is something that AOT doesn't have. So even though he doesn't have as much practice because he hasn't actually played GeneralAnakin, that means he also has no data, no film to be studied by Hamster. So that's another thing that could be going in his advantage in that matchup. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, you did mention right, because Hamster's been out of practice, but I don't know if Hupsaiya's Zerg versus Protoss is that strong. Because like I say, he's been playing against EUD. I'm trying to think who else like his Zerg practice.
Oh, he's been playing against Grunch, and he started to have his number. Like for a while, Grunch was winning every match, and now Hupsaiya is winning every match. So
Shambler wants an interview, by the way.
Oh yeah, sure. We can bring him in a sec. We'll bring him in to talk about the upper bracket, since we'll just
there's only one matchup to talk about. I guess we'll both be here.
That's right. Let's bring him in. Shambler, you are here. You are muted, but that's okay. You can fix that later. And we are going to be talking about the upper bracket. What's up, dude?
Hey, I'm a phone poster. Let me become a computer poster real quick.
Okay.
You have to
You got it. All right, yeah. So there is that one match left in the upper final, and it's really interesting. We're over the 50% mark at this point for the whole tournament. We're talking about the sort of final 6 matches to decide who is going to be the first Acropolis winner. Right, pretty sick, and some love from the Team Liquid guys, some love from some of the guys from BSL and such who have been tuning in and seeing some of these matches. I hope we can put on a good show for them. I think it'll be exciting. So,
Yep. Look, I don't really want to say too much here because I don't want to talk about what I might be thinking about or what I might be doing in this matchup because
sure.
I have to play it, right? Yes. I don't want to give anything away. So sorry, I can't really comment, can I?
You can't comment on how you think it's going to go, but you are against the man himself. So
right,
Shambler,
hear me out. It's going to be 3-1 my way again. You can't.
You can't argue with history.
What do you mean again? That never happened.
Oh, come on. All right, fine. It's going to be 3-1, but there'll be a desync that you refuse to concede despite clearly losing. That's my prediction.
No. Well, sorry, Neblime. I got you this time. I fear no lemon. I only ever feared one type of food, and that was a very strange meat.
It's off the menu for now. It may come back. It's out festering somewhere at the back.
Yeah. It's getting more and more mysterious. That's what's happening right now. So, yeah, shout out to Mystery Meat. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah. Glad. Oh, this was quite a series of events to witness.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're going to see... You saw that Hamster was not able to get past Neblime. I assumed that you might have had an inkling that would happen, because especially when I was mentioning that Hamster was so out of practice for, for a good amount because he's been busy trying to beat a different, like an RTS campaign that he's been having trouble with. I still don't know if he's beat it, actually. It's been a long time. And so he's had the quote from him is, "I'm addicted to difficult shit," and so, or impossible shit, something like that. So he's very much he's trying to grind that one out, and in his sort of bloodlust for that, I think he's left some training by the wayside, and ZVP did evolve quite a bit since then. So did that result surprise you, Shambler?
When I first saw that it was gonna be Neblime, like very, very first saw that it was gonna be Hamster versus Neblime, my first instinct was, oh, Hamster probably has this 60-40. And then I started watching some of those games, and one of the games on the castover especially.
Oh, yeah.
It was the Massacrantor one with the Patriarchs. I'm like, come on, man. You can kill this guy 3 times over if you just do X and Y. Where's your game sense? And then I realized, oh, it's probably more like, 65-45, Neblime's favor. And lo and behold, here we are. Neblime is going to be crushed in my tentacles, and Hamster's probably going to die the Newt. It will be, is he facing Newt or is he facing...
You think
yeah,
Newt
he's
wins
facing
that?
Newt, right?
It is Newt versus Hamster. I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts on that.
No, it's Newt versus Hupsaiya.
Yeah,
Hamster versus AOT.
Oh, right. Sorry. Well, we could still have that match.
Oh, it's Hamster versus AOT? Okay. Then I'll put it this way. It depends totally on AOT more so than Hamster. My faith in the Hamster Corporation has been shaken. I've sold all my stock. Get out while you still can.
Right. Wow. You don't think we're going to see him come back to the finals again, like last time?
I think if he doesn't die the AOT, he dies the Newt, or whoever comes out of the Newt Hupsaiya situation.
Okay. That would mean that whoever loses between you and Neblime, Shambler, will have to most likely end up facing... It would be Hupsaiya or Newt then, if you're thinking Hamster will bow out in Elimination 3.
Yeah, here's my call. It's kick Neblime down. Neblime mops up what's down there, and I just meet him again.
Okay. All
right.
Interesting.
Of course, I win gloriously, but
Yeah, you're trying to make sure to get that the perks. Remember, in addition to the prize money that's on offer right now, the other perk that you get is an announcer in the game, so an advisor in the game. And so that's what Shambler's mostly chasing right now.
Yeah, I gotta get Boomerman in.
That's right.
I gotta immortalize him in the game.
That's right. So it could be a big deal. But I will say that taking a look at how this one has gone, the way that this upper final is looking, it could very well be a clash, a rematch, or a premonition of that grand final. The grand final could be a rematch of this upper final as we're coming in. I know Neblime, if he ends up dropping to you, Shambler, of course he would say, oh yeah, well, I'm obviously going to meet him again and get revenge. Do you reckon the same thing? Are you even entertaining the possibility you don't just make it into the grand final and not worry about it?
I don't think I'll be tasting defeat this run. I feel at the top of my game, at least right now.
Okay.
And assuming I can get my Zerg practice in between our matches, I think got this handled.
All right.
Waiting, and I will await the return of Mystery Meat in Acropolis too.
We all wait for that day.
Yeah, Neblime, you've said that you're just the guy keeping the seat warm. You think
that's what I told
Shambler's
Mystery Meat when he left. I told him, I'll keep your throne warm for you, old man.
All
so
right.
I'm not going to lie, I fear his return. But in like a sort of sniveling, respectful way, like,
Yeah, yes, my
we've
liege.
missed you so much, even though I was
off your
enjoying his
shoulder.
absence. What's that, Shambler?
It's okay, Neblime. I'll take that burden off your shoulders.
Well, you can try.
Let's see what happens. Well, I think I am. I'm very happy with the way that the games have gone. Even though, obviously, like in my personal view, I think about Hamster and how he said that all of the money that he wins here is just going to go straight into my coffee page. I'm obviously rooting for him, but despite him dropping to Neblime here, I do think that those games were very exciting. And I think we saw some interesting action out of the Hupsaiya Shambler series as well. Even though it was 3-0, that second game on Germination was very back and forth. The first game, there was some play potentially there with the interesting base trade. You can kind of write that one off because, everybody gets a fumble in a series. It's a best of 5 after all. There's plenty of room to play. And the third game as well was very, very back and forth, even though it was mostly Legion spam. I feel like there could have also been some holds there as well, if maybe the third pylon in the area was powering the all 4 gateways instead of just, or maybe you have more than one pylon. That could have also been an option. So either way, though, there could have been play there. I feel like it could have very well changed things up a little bit. And I think that, the next time Hupsaiya meets a Protoss, if it is Hamster in this tournament or if it's later on because Newt knocks him out, I think he will be better prepared for that. And I think every time he loses in a matchup, he's somebody who comes back stronger later, more researched later on. So got to watch out if you're a Protoss and Hupsaiya comes up against you. He might be a lot better prepared than when, Shambler met him today or in the games that they played that we casted today. So that's another thing I'll say is I still think, even if you guys are out on Hamster and Shambler's saying, short the stocks, get him out, I still think Hupsaiya is also a very solid player that could end up meeting all the way into the lower final at the very least. So we'll see. See how it goes.
I definitely think if Hamster and Hupsaiya, because the way I think it is that Hamster's very good at identifying compositions. That's his main sort of strength, is that he has a very good eye for compositions and how to use them. It's just he very, very lacks in when to kill things, which is one of the worst things in my opinion, is when you don't know when you can actually finish a game. And what everyone basically does is you look at Hamster initially in a tourney for, hey, what should I be building? And then everyone else takes their better game sense, practices what Hamster's been doing, and then goes on to win. I think Hupsaiya and I definitely did that. GeneralAnakin sort of forced me to do that, because actually Anakin, I don't know if he consciously did it or not, basically did what Hamster does, but he showed me the pitfalls of it in that one game where I lost, and it was like, it all just clicked for me, like, oh, this is why. This is like this, and this is why Hamster needs to be careful in X, Y, and Z way. And it was that aside, I think everyone looks to Hamster definitely as a sort of thought leader for what you should be building, but then I think we've all sort of refined that now, and unless he seriously changes up his game, I think us note takers, I don't know, are gonna oust the master.
The studious underbelly there, the people who were learning from that man. The rodent is it's not going to be like a Master Splinter or whatever, right? It's going to be the turtles are just
Like
going to bop
Palpatine.
them. Yeah, something like that. So, well,
Darth Plagueis getting fucking bopped.
I think as far as this is concerned, looking at the way that this one worked out, we've got some very interesting and very exciting matches on our hands. I do think that the upper final is super hype, and I think there's play for both of the underdogs, Newt versus Hupsaiya and AOT versus Hamster. There's play for those particular players to maybe make it through. But I still will give it to the favorites for now, and we'll see how the practice continues to shape up. I haven't seen Hamster play too many matches since his match played against Neblime, so it's a bit surprising that if he knows he's going up against Zerg, maybe he's just resting on his laurels, or maybe he's just taking, his foot off the gas for this tournament in particular, and he's going to go a little bit more aggro later on. Maybe he's like, well, I'm not playing as my main race, so it doesn't count or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what he's thinking. But over on the Hupsaiya versus Newt side, I know both of those guys have been playing a decent amount. Hupsaiya especially. I know they're both very, gung-ho about trying to make it deeper into the tournament, see what they can make happen. But as it currently stands, we're starting to get into the money matches, right? You guys have guaranteed a top 4 finish at most. Or technically, I guess a top 3 finish, actually, now that I think about it, because whichever one of you ends up losing will be in the loser's final, the lower final, and then even if you lose there, you're still the third place players. So, yeah, you guys are securing yourself a nice chunk of change just with that alone. And I know Neblime contributed a lot to the prize pool, so if he doesn't win the whole tournament, he might actually be out money. So,
yeah, that's my motivation.
There it is. So.
Now that I've gone for another stage, my plan was to donate more, so stand by for that.
Yeah, there you go. So, we'll see.
What's the pool at yet, or is that still secret?
I haven't really been super
It is,
public
isn't it?
with it, but Well, let's just say that right now we are at the digits are triple, and there's a 3 in it, and the 3 is the first number in the number. So that should tell you everything.
Man,
not final.
-3. That's great.
So.
Can't wait to not have to pay money in.
yeah, you win the tournament, you pay me money. I think that's how that works. So, all right, boys. Well, do you have any final thoughts? Any final words before you guys? We go back to the scheduling section of the whole ordeal, and we figure out when the matches are going to get played, and hopefully we can cast some of them live at the very least. We'll see how that one goes. Any closing thoughts before we get on out of here?
3.
Well, I'm glad it's Shambler because I know we can play at a reasonable time.
Oh, look at that. Neblime did actually just send in the money. I thought somebody used the soundboard, but actually it was it was the stream alert.
Sound.
So there you go. All right. Well, that means that the prize pool is just going bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yep.
I will not add to the prize pool after I win the grand final. I'm sorry. That is a stage where I won't do it.
Okay, I see how it is. Well, that's
But if I win the grand final, will you add to it at the very end?
Okay, sure.
Wow. Got it.
Right.
If you get to the grand final, I'll add it.
Oh,
Whether or not.
Okay.
It's me.
Okay.
Interesting.
Art of Turtle.
I might forget that I said that, so just remind me if I don't do it, okay?
Yeah, easy. And what were you saying, Shambler? Art of Turtle?
Art of Turtle ever wants to practice PvZ, and he's listening. He just needs to give me a DM.
Here it is.
The bracket worked out in such a way that it's mutually beneficial.
Yes, that's actually true, right? And then even if somehow AOT surprises everybody and makes it deep, that could be quite the surprise. But by then, maybe I think you'll have plenty of practice versus Zerg since you are going up against Neblime after all. So yeah, it's always interesting when you get that kind of thing. We are looking for rising Zerg players. I know Grunch has been sort of on and off lately, and then obviously we had what is it? I don't even know how you pronounce this guy's name. Krankendow, something like that. So he's
Kraken.
Well, there's an N there.
Yeah, he seems pretty good.
Crank.
It is cranking.
Yeah, but Biddy B was not how you said Biddy B.
Well, now it is. We made the reality we wanted. So.
Lucy did that, but you still have all of the letters. So listen, we can add letters. We can't take letters away. Come on, get with the program.
Oh, so he's just crack.
That's what you're turning that N to the left and then making it a C. That's not allowed.
Yeah. I'm adding like 3 Ks in between.
So when we're talking about this, though, I do think that we need some more rising Zergs, and that's just so that you guys, like Hamster and stuff, can play against people who aren't actively in the tournament, but still good to get practice and think about stuff, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know. We got a lot of people coming in all the time. If you want to join us, we have that Discord link in the description, and indeed, you can send money in for the prize pool or just a fun development using the coffee link. You know where to go, boys, ladies, gentlemen. Let's end it here, man. It was a great time. Good second round of the Throne Room. Looking forward to round number 3. And then, of course, the final round. We don't call it 4 because you can't count after 3, but the final round is coming up after that. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Thanks for joining me, gentlemen. We will be back at some point, probably next Saturday, but maybe sooner. Check the Discord for more info, and we'll see you guys soon. GG's.
GG.